All right, so I'm starting a new project. So I thought let's record everything and I might publish that on YouTube. And this is just for documentation purpose, right? If it helps you, you can go through it. It will be a long video, I guess. Right? So the plan is we will be building an application. It will be a pretty complicated application, right? We'll be using different sort of AI tools and to write the application also I will be using Cursor. So all the tedious coding will be done by Cursor, right? And you will get to know like for a typical developer in this AI era, how do we actually use AI, right, to write code? We won't be just giving prompt and do everything from vibe coding, right? So if you give me enough time, I'll be able to create these codes entirely by my hand. But just to speed up things and just to um, try this new tooling, right? Just to try AI, I will be using AI time to time. Okay, and you'll be able to see what do I mean by that. Okay, so the idea about that project is we'll be having our application. So let's say this is our application. We'll be calling it. I don't know. I didn't give it a name yet. So this will be let's say server monitoring application. Okay, so let's call it server monitoring. Now we will be running our application somewhere, and what this application will do is, let's say you are having multiple web servers or application servers or whatever you want, right? And many requests are coming those on those servers, and this can be a simple Linux box, this can be a Docker container maybe, right? So these servers are generating different sort of logs, right? So let's say log 1, log 2, right? So these are application log maybe, right? So in front of these servers you can put different log broker, right? Log broker like Prometheus, Jabix, if you know about those things. So let's say I'm having a log broker here, and for our case let's take Prometheus maybe. And this log broker is constantly monitoring these servers, right? So let's say we have configured this log broker with this server. So let's say server 1. Okay. So it is constantly monitoring that server, and whatever that server is generating, if that server is generating any sort of log, and the server metrics as well, like at a particular time what's the CPU usage, how much memory it is using, those kind of things this Prometheus is collecting, right? So from the application we are building, what we will be doing is we will be tapping into this application, right? And from that we will pick up those logs. Okay, so logs. Okay, we will be collecting those logs, and we will be running some sort of anomaly detection engine, right? So let's say um, if I take an hour, okay, so let's say this is an hour window. So um, this is from t is equal to 0 to, all right, and in between this window, let's say you are having 200 logs, 200 logs entry basically, right? So if you're not familiar with logs, let me just give you some examples. So server log example. So this is a web server log, right? So on every request it will generate a log, all right? So on that it will get like from which IP address the request is coming from, right? And the timestamp, or what is the method that has been that has used, what are the resource that this IP address was asking for, was the HTTP method it was using, or the status code, those kind of things, or the time it taken, right? Those kind of things basically you will get inside a web server logs. So let's say from t is equal to 0 to t is equal to 1 hour, you are getting 200 logs, right? So our application will monitor this server through a log broker, or at the initial phase you can directly pick up the log from the server, right? That's also a possibility. That's also can be an option key. If you want, you can have a log broker, but if you want us just directly monitor the server, you can do that as well, right? So every hour it will collect the log from that log broker or from the actual server, right? So let's say in a particular window 200 logs has been generated from the from that server, right? So inside our application we will be having a nice system called log anomaly detector. Okay, now for the log anomaly detection we can use multiple type of things, right? We can just pass that logs. Let's say we can use LLM. Okay, so basically if you get logs like this, you batch let's say 10 to 20 logs, and you can ask the LLM, you can ask ChatGPT type thing ki, do you find any kind of anomaly here, right? That's one possibility. And the other thing is you can have different dedicated model, right? ML model. So log anomaly detection model. Okay, so these log anomaly detection model can also find out anomaly on these logs. Okay, so what we'll be doing is every hour we'll be collecting those logs, and we'll be feeding those logs inside this log anomaly detector, right? And for the log anomaly detection engine we can use LLM, we can use any other ML model. Okay, that's up to us. And say whatever anomaly detector engine we are using, out of those 200 logs it has found out that maybe 5 logs has anomaly in it. Okay, 5 logs has anomaly. Okay, now you might be familiar with this term agentic. You are building something agentic, right? We will be building an AI agent. So what we will be doing is we will ask the LLM that what's the anomaly type. Okay, so let's say a particular log can be uh, something key. There's a log entry one maybe, and after feeding this log entry one out of that 5 logs. Okay, so let's say the first log entry number one, let's do it like this. We pass that to this LLM, and LLM is saying that this is an anomaly. And what type of anomaly is that? That's an DDoS attack anomaly maybe. So now inside our application there will be another engine. Okay, so that engine will be like this action runner, maybe you can call it. Okay, so that engine will have access to this server. All right, and based on the log entry, if it finds any sort of anomaly, the LLM is saying that there's a DDoS attack, right? We'll be having multiple script inside this engine, like uh, mark IP address as anomalous, if I can write the proper spelling, right? uh, Block IP address maybe, restart the server. So these are all our tool. Okay, so from that action runner you can actually run this script through SSH maybe. Okay, you can run this script, and based on that it will basically change the configuration of the server. Basically you can control the server from this action runner. Okay, so from this 5 logs anomaly, we will be running those anomalies through LLM as well. And if LLM can suggest, like LLM will know all of our tool base as well. So if it finds any action runner, let's say for DDoS attack, you can just block the IP address, right? So LLM will decide which action runner or which tool you have to call, or which tool it has to call on that server, right? So if it's a DDoS attack, and if it has that anomaly, okay, if it has the script to resolve that anomaly, then it will just run that script on that server, and it will maybe mark that IP as um, like anomalous IP. Okay, or it can block the IP address. So these kind of things, I'm just giving you some random example here. We have to think through this part. Okay, and all I'm thinking right now is from this action runner, maybe we'll be establishing an SSH connection, and through that we'll be executing things in that server. This is one way. And second way can be we can install a little application here, right? So this is our agent maybe, or let's call it app. Okay, small tiny app. Okay, and from our application we can actually talk to this tiny app, right? And we can ask this tiny app to this tiny app is sitting on this server only. Okay, and this tiny app can perform all those tasks, all those scripts. Okay, so this is another way. But for now, to keep things simple, I'm assuming that we will have the access to this server, and we'll be establishing an SSS connection, and we'll be running the scripts on that server. So this is the idea. And if I reiterate everything again, so you're having a simple web server maybe, and that web server is generating different logs, right? And you in the middle, you're having a log broker like Jabix or Prometheus, which is collecting those logs, right? And from our application that we are going to be building, we will be collecting those logs from this log broker or from the server directly, right? And it will be a cron job type of thing. So in a certain interval, we will be checking any log is present there or not, right? So whenever we are getting some logs, we'll be running those log through an anomaly detection engine, right? And from 200 or let's say 50 500 logs, we'll be finding that some log is anomalous. Okay, some log is kind of telling you that there is an anomaly, there is a problem in the system. And then we will be passing those anomalous log to the LLM, right? And LLM will suggest, if we have any tool in our arsenal, we can just run that tool through SSH on that server to resolve that issue. Okay, so that's the thing. And to monitor everything, what you can do is, there are many ticketing system, right? So let's say um, there's a ticketing system called maybe ServiceNow. Okay, so this is another component. So ServiceNow is separate instance. So whenever you are getting any sort of anomaly, you should create a ticket on ServiceNow as well, right? So for 5 log anomaly, you should create 5 tickets. And if the LLM can suggest a tool to resolve that anomaly, then it will resolve that issue on that server, and then it will mark that ticket as resolved. Okay, so there will be an auto resolution for that server. So what's happening? Basically, our application is monitoring this server, and if any anomaly is detected, it will try to resolve that anomaly, like in an agentic manner, right? It will analyze that anomaly through LLM, and if LLM is suggesting that you have some tools that can resolve that anomaly, it will resolve that anomaly, and it will mark that ticket as resolved. Right? Makes sense? Right now, this is the idea of that application. Things might change while we build, but yeah, from a Birdeye overview, this is the idea of that application. All right, now let us try to design the system. So we'll be designing the system through domain-driven development, a domain-driven design. Now, if you are not familiar with this term, that's completely fine. I am not going to be lecturing on these, but whatever I will be suggesting, whatever I'll be designing here, I will try to stick to domain driven design, right? So, inside domain driven design, the first thing we have to find out is what's the entities, what's the value objects we are having, right? So, there's a thing called entities. So, entities are basically something that will have some property, and it can change its state through the time. Okay, so let's say user can be an entity. Why that's an entity? User can have a name. Okay, user can have a age, right? And if you compare two users side by side, so let's say this is user 1 and let's say this is user 2, right? These two user can have the same name and same age, that is possible, but then also they are different, right? It's the possibility. So for that reason, whenever you are having some sort of entity, you have to give it an ID, right? So we'll be having an identifier for that user. So let's say for this user 1, the ID is 1, and user 2, the ID is 2, right? So whenever you are finding something that has an unique properties, okay, and like two object, if two object has the same properties, same property name, same property value, then also they are different, then that's an entity. Okay, and this is one way of finding out an entity. And second way is, entity will, like throughout the time, entity will change, entity might change, right? So let's say this server can be an entity. So let's say server entity. Why that can change? Server can have status, right? So status may be running in error state or terminated. Okay, These are different state. Through the time, this state, like this, the server can have different type of state, right? So for that reason, server can be an entity. Okay, let's find out if any other entity we are having here. So by the way, there's another thing called a value object, right? A perfect example of a value object can be address. Okay, so let's say I'm having on address and address 1 and address 2. For both of this address, the lat and lang is same. Then we don't have to identify these two addresses separately, right? They're exactly similar. But if in our entity case, if the user 1 have the same name as the user 2 and also the age, then also they're separate person, right? But for address, that's not the case. Like if address 1 and address 2 are pointing to the exact similar location in Earth, then that is the exact same address. You don't need two separate objects to represent that address, right? So address will be a value object in this situation. And also you can see some of the things throughout the time they are not changing, right? Those will be value objects as well. So let's not overcomplicate. So some things will be value objects, some things will be entities, right? Clear? Now the first thing inside domain driven design is you should find out all of your entities, right? And we will be trying to do that. So let us find out all the entities that we can have from our design. So this is our application. The first thing is we will try to monitor different server. So remote server. This is an entity. Perfect. And what else? Log broker. And both of these entities can have different relationship, right? So there's a one-to-one relationship for from log broker to remote server. So for every remote server, there can be only one log broker, okay, or can have multiple log broker. We don't. Let's not go into the complicated thing right now. We're assuming that there's an one-to-one relationship. Okay, so log broker entity, perfect. Then there's service now. So basically, where we'll be putting the ticketing information. So we'll be raising so log broker, ticket broker, or ticketing system. Let's call it ticketing system. By the way, prior to this, we'll be having a very big entity that is called user. So our application will have some users, right? And we have to identify those users individually. Like those users will be having some remote server. Those users will be configuring some log broker with those remote server. Those users will ask us to create those ticketing system, like create those ticket in the ticketing system. So user is an entity as well, right? Is there any other entity? Log anomaly detector, is that an entity? No, that's not, because log anomaly detector is not changing, right? Logs can be an entity. That's a tricky one. It's up to you. Key, if you want, you can mark logs as entity, but instead of logs, because that's a very tiny amount, so we will be marking log batch as entity, right? So inside batch, you will be having 10, 20, 30, 100 logs. Okay, we'll be deciding that later. And what else? Action runner. These scripts can be an entity, but right now we are just finding out solid entities, right? This for these, let's not worry about that. We'll be coming to this part very shortly. And whenever you are running this job, right, every hour you are running a job. So log anomaly detection job, that's an entity, because through the time it will get changed, right? So job is done, job is in right pending now, pending state, those kind of things. Anything else? Yeah, ticket will be an entity, right? We will be creating a ticket for an anomaly. Anomaly will be an entity. So if you find any anomaly, that will correspond to a ticket. From a Birdeye overview, I can find these are all the entities, right? And whenever we'll be having this entity, we want to have CRUD operation on this. Okay, mostly we'll be having some CRUD operations, like we want to create a user, update, read, delete users, right? Same for remote server, same for all the entities, right? So we will be performing some CRUD operations. And to perform the CRUD operation, you will be having some endpoint. So you will be having user's endpoint, and you will be sending requests like get request to this user on endpoint to get the users, right? And whenever you are having an entity, that's just a standard that whenever you are designing the path, you just mention it like this, not in singular term, plural term, right? So then you can have a route called um, remote server, maybe route called log broker. You got my idea? Perfect. So we have the entity. Now we'll be designing this entities first, and this entity we want to store. Generally, you want to store those entities inside a database, some sort of database, right? So whenever you are storing these entities, that's the like storing layer, repository layer, we call it. So there's a pattern called repository pattern, right? So repository pattern says that for every entity, you should have a single repository. And when we'll be writing code, it will make sense. But yeah, we have found out the entity, and let us first start our project now. And for the project, we are planning to use TypeScript, right? And there's a thing called NestJS, if you are familiar with that. If you are not, then I don't know, but I will be using Nest, not Nest.js. Nest is written on top of TypeScript. We can use Nest with JavaScript, but it's like there is no point of using Nest with JavaScript because you're better off just using Express in that situation. So we'll be using Nest, and we will try to keep our system very modular, and I will try to explain whatever I am doing. But I won't be explaining that much. But I hope like if you stuck somewhere, you can ask the LLM or ChatGPT to explain things, right? And Nest has a principle that is you should not divide your application technically. Technically division means for some of the application you will see like this is my database layer, this is my controller layer, this is my router layer, and you put all of your controller in that controller layer, you put all of your router in the router layer. No, we are not going to be doing like that. Okay, so we will be dividing our application by feature based. Okay, and Nest is actually suggesting that. So we will be having a user feature, we'll be having a authentication feature, we will be having a ticketing feature, and inside all the ticketing related stuff will live in that feature in that folder. Okay, so these are some of the very high level overview, architectural overview I'm currently taking. And also with the Nest thing, we will be using a package manager called PNPM. If you do not know this, you should know it. It's very good. Or Yarn or NPM, you can, if you are comfortable with that, you can go with that. But PNPM has a thing called PNPM workspace, right? Because right now I'm just building the focusing on the back end, and in future I'll be having a front end application as well, and I want to have it in a monorepo. And if you do not know about monorepo, you should know. So basically monorepo is like you're having a single git repository, and inside that you are having all the code, and that's a good practice, trust me. All right, by the way, why monorepo is basically uh, might be we might share some code in between, right? Let's say we might have a documentation website, we might have a mobile app, we might want to share the UI component, and we might right now we are having a single backend, we might have a different backend, right? And we want to share different logic in between. Okay, so for those reason monorepo is good. And yeah, right now this is the plan, so let us start setting up everything. Yeah, by the way, for the database, see, there's a book called Clean Architecture by Uncle Bob, Robert C. Martin. So, clean architecture suggests that you should not worry about these details. So database, infrastructure, which type of LLM you will be using. You will be running this app inside any framework. It will be running inside a Lambda or in any cloud or in a single Docker container. You should not worry about these things at the beginning of your application, right? You should structure your application in such a fashion that is independent of this decision, right? So if you cannot design your system unless you design or unless you decide on the database first, then you are highly dependent on that database. You are not decoupling the system from the infrastructure layer. That's very bad, right? And clean architecture, if you go through the clean architecture by Uncle Bob, and throughout the book he is just asking you not to mix up these things, right? Not to tie your application, tie your core source code domain logic to the infrastructure layer. We do not care. We will be using a NoSQL database, SQL database, graph database, or we just write all the data in a simple JSON file. We do not care at this stage, right? we will be designing our domain, we will be designing our entities, we will be writing our logic, we will be writing our use case, and all these decision, all these like what type of remote server we are accessing, what the transport layer we are using to access the server, what is the LLM we are using, those decision where we are hosting the application, those decision are all infrastructure related decision. We do not worry about that at this stage. And in the book he also mentioned, like, if you already know that you will be using MySQL, let's say, or Postgres, let's say in your organization everyone is using Postgres, so you have to use Postgres, you know that back of the mind, you already know that you will be using Postgres, then also you should forget that. You should design your system in such a way that you do not know which database you will be using. There is a repository layer, and that repository layer will, like, you are programming to an interface basically. Like, if you are familiar with that, you have to use abstraction as much as possible. So all of your business logic will only depend on that repository interface, and then when you are running the main application, you can just implement that interface for any SQL database, any NoSQL database. Okay, everything will make sense, I hope. But yeah, this is the overall idea. Let's start building the project from ground up, and let's set up everything. So what I did is I have created an empty directory called server monitor. Right now, as I have already mentioned that we will be using PNPM workspace. Right, and it's a simple thing. PNPM workspace is basically, let's say, in a single folder you are having multiple npm project. Right, and if you want, you can share code between those projects. So that's just workspace concept. If you do not have npm pnpm already installed, you can check it like this: pnpm-v, and if you are getting a version number, then it's installed. If that is not, then I believe you are having already npm, right? So you just type npm i-g pnpm. Okay, and that will globally basically install a pnpm for you, right? So once you are having pnpm, then you are good to go, right? So on the top level, you have to create a folder called pnpm.workspace, or I kind of forgot the name, so let me see. Pnpm workspace, yeah. So pnpm-workspace.yaml file. So let me rename it. Now, in this file, what you have to do is you have to mention what are the packages you will be having and what are the applications you will be having. So let's say I'm having, this is my app directory, and inside that I'm having package one and package two. And both of those two packages have their own package.json, right? Then in the pnpm workspace, you can just type like this: packages, and like this. So inside app, this is a glob pattern, right? Inside app, whatever directory you are having, those are my packages, right? So for our case, what we'll be having is we will be having, for now, let's just have a apps folder, and whatever we will be having inside that apps folder, that's our package, right? So let me give it a save. And one more thing, on the top level, we want to initialize a Git repository as well, right? So to initialize the Git repository, you just have to do git init, right? So we have initialized a Git repository, and we don't need this too. And PNPM workspace setup is kind of done, right? Now, what we have to do is, as I have already mentioned, that we will be using NestJS, right? So TypeScript with Nest. So we have to scaffold a Nest project, right? So to do that, if you want, you can follow the documentation. So they are having a very nice little documentation. So NestJS. So first step. So what they are asking you first to install NestJS CLI globally, right? So once you install that, you will have a CLI tool called Nest, and with that you can do a lot of things, right? If you're not a Nest developer, I would suggest learn about it. It's a much structured way of creating backend, right? So I'm already having Nest installed. So let me show you my version. So this is the version I'm using, right? So to create a new project, what we'll be doing is, let us cd into the application, right? And just type nest new project. That was the yeah, nest new and the project name, right? So in the project name, we just want to call it nest app, because right now inside the application we're having a nest application. In future we might have a express application, then a next application, a react application. Okay, so all the application we will be keeping in this folder only, right? So nest new app, perfect, and hit enter. Then it is asking you what's the package manager you want to use. We will be using pnpm, and it has created everything, right? Now the only problem with this, I forgot one thing. You have to pass a flag called I guess no source control. If you do not pass that, then Nest also create a Git a repository, Git folder inside the application. So let me check quickly. So Nest app. So do I have a .git? Yeah, we are having a .git folder. So what I what I need to do is perfect. Now we are having only a single Git repository, that is the top level, and that's why it is called monorepo. So inside a single repo, we are having multiple. We will be having multiple application and shared libraries and everything. Now quickly do a pnpm I to install all the dependency. What did I just removed? Okay, sorry. Let me do pnpm I on the top level first. What's happening? Okay, sorry. I forgot to initialize a package.json. So on the top level, you just have to do pnpm init, right? And the name is server monitor. That's fine, right? Now let me do pnpm install. Okay, that's fine. And let's have a git ignore as well. And let me put the node modules here. And inside the app, it's installed as well. Now, how do you run the development server? You just run pnpm start dev. So there's a script for that, right? So if you go to package.json, you can see like there is a development start.dev server, right? I guess there is some issue with the installation. Did i did i remove any of the important file? I don't know. Okay, sorry guys. In the workspace file, we are mentioning apps, and the folder name here is app. So that was the issue. Now it should work. So again, in the top level, let me just run pnpm install. And now let me go into the apps, Nest app, and do a pnpm install again. Right, perfect. Now we are having a node module. Now, if I do pnpm start dev, so it has started the server, right? Now, to very quickly test everything, what you can do is, if you go to this 3000 route, it should give you hello world, right? Because in the source, we are having a main controller, app controller, right? We are having a single service, app service, and inside that, we are just returning this string, hello world, right? Now, whenever you are having a NestJS application, it is following a three-layered architecture, right? So, if you do not know about three-layered architecture, let me give you a quick refresher, right? So, what is three-layered architecture? Three-layered architecture is you should divide your application or a particular feature into three layers, right? So, this is the first layer. So, we are basically horizontally slicing those, right? So, these are three layers. Now, the name of each layer is on the top level, you will be having a controller, okay, controller or view layer. Right now, as we are just having a simple REST API, then we will be having only controller, right? We will be handling all the routing. Basically, whenever a request is coming from the client, so let's say this is our client, the request will first go to this controller layer, right? And then controller layer will pass this request to the service layer. Okay, so all the service and everything will live, basically all of our business logic will live in this layer, right? And on the bottom we will be having an infrastructure layer. On the infra layer, you will be having all the database, if you want to use an event broker, those kind of things. So this is called horizontally slicing an application. Now, in a very small application, what you can do is you can, for the entire app, you can have a single controller, you can have a single service, or maybe one or two service, and a single infra layer. Okay, but for our case, as it will be a very big application, and if you remember correctly, I told you like we will be having a feature based division, right? So what we'll be doing is we will be finding out different feature. Let's say log anomaly detection can be a feature, right? So inside that feature, so let's say I'm having a feature called log anomaly detection, then another feature maybe authentication, right? So inside those feature, we will be having these slices, right? So this is the log anomaly detection, and this is the authentication. So what we are doing is, this is called, first we are dividing our application vertically. First we are vertically slicing the application, then we are horizontally slicing the application. So this is the main architecture pattern we will be following, right? And inside a single feature, we will be calling it a module, right? And inside a single feature, we can have multiple entities. You are already know about entities, right? We can have multiple services. If we want, we can have our own database, right, for that particular service only. But it's common, like, for a small application, it is very common that if this is your only single database for both of the feature, or if you are having more than two features, all those features are using the same infrastructure. That is also a possibility, right? But on the infrastructure, but on this feature level, it should not know that which database it is using, right? So as I have already mentioned, like, if you go through clean architecture, in there, it has been mentioned that you should not worry about database or infrastructure layer at the beginning. But yeah, so for that reason, we'll be designing our system in such a way that which database down the road we'll be using, that does not matter now, right? So that's the architecture. So if you create generate a nest app, the first thing they are giving you is these are the main files. And if these things are not making any sense, you can go to Udemy. There are many very good courses on NestJS. Just pick a course that has a higher rating than 4.5 maybe, and you will get the idea, right? So this is the main file. So in the main file, basically we are hooking up everything. So there's a main function, nest app factory or nest factory, and that is having a static method called create, and we are just passing the app module. And as I have already mentioned, combining these things, like inside the feature, combining all these files, we are calling it a module, right? So we are bringing the module, and in the module file you can see we are bringing the controller. So this is the controller layer, and inside nest, all the services, and if anything that is kind of not service, like entities, also other kind of providers, you can have different types of configuration. Those are all providers, right? You call it a providers. So two types of things you can have inside nest. One is controllers that will just maintain the route, like if in case of slash users, I should uh, put the traffic in this survey in this route. In the case of slash books, I should put the traffic in this route. Those kind of things the controller will handle. And rest of the things, whatever, maybe service, other provider, guard, authentication, not authentication, there are many other things, basically configuration file, all the other things are called providers, right? So this is a nest way of like, there is a thing called dependency injection. And now if I start telling you about dependency injection, then like, I won't be able to proceed with this project. So I'm hoping that you already know about dependency injection. So, and inside nestjs, they are actually heavily uh, relying upon that, right? So this is the app module, and by default it is giving you an app controller. So this is the app controller. You are having a single route, right? Get route, and with this decorator, you can have everything in this declarative fashion, right? Perfect. So hello route is fine. Now, if you go to nest CLI, or just type nest dash dash help, it will give you different commands, right? So we need a command called this resources. So whenever you will be creating a resource, it will give you these three layers, right? And also the module. So let us create the first resource. And whenever you are creating resources, generally, you will be creating a resource per entities basis, most of the times, right? Sometimes what will happen is, maybe inside a single resource or single feature, you might have two entities, but most of the case, for a single entities, you will be having a single resource, right? So let us first start with the user resource, because that will be the top level resource maybe. So nest, and you generate the resources by calling this g thing, right? And resource, okay. Now it will ask you the resource name, and it is giving me the example as well. And you can see like they are using this plural, right? Users with a S. Perfect. Users. And what transport layer do you want to use? For now, we're happy with GraphQL. Perfect. Do you like to generate CRUD entry? Basically, if you do hit yes, then it will create get route, put route, patch route, those things, right? If you want, you can manually do those things, but I'll be just using the CLI. So users route has been generated. You can see like users has a module as well. Again, in the module, we are bringing the user controller and user service, right? So let me open the user service. This is the test file. Let me close everything first. So in the user service, you are having this method called create, find all, find on, update, remove. So right now there is no database, or we did not connect to anything. So it's just returning a simple string, and that's fine. And also there is a thing called DTO, data transfer object. So before going to the DTO part, let me show you the main thing, that's the entities, right? So in the entities, you can see we are having an user entity. Right now, user does not have any property. We'll be adding property in a bit, right? Perfect. And DTO is from this feature. Sometimes what will happen is when the client will be calling to these features, right? Calling to this endpoint, whatever internal objects you are having, you do not want to expose those objects directly, right? So this is nothing to do with Nest. So there's a thing called data transfer object. If you're coming from a Java background, then you know these things, right? What data transfer object does is, let's say you are sending a request from the client, right? Now, inside your module, inside your service, you might have different complicated objects, and your entities can be complicated as well. Now, you do not want to directly send those complicated objects, right? So you will send a serialized version of that. Serialized version means, let's say user is having, like in the user entity, you are having password, you are having multiple methods to let's say manage the entity basically. But when you are sending the user object to the downstream, let's say to the client, you are just sending name, age, and maybe the ID, right? These three parameters. So those kind of things you will denote in these DTO objects or data transfer object, right? So inside the users, you can see there's a thing called DTO. By the way, all this structure you see, right? This is nothing to do with Nest. These are like, if you go with three-layer architecture, then this is the standard thing, right? And whenever you are going with three-layer architecture, if you first vertically slice your application, then this is the thing you will get. Now, what Next.js is giving you, Next.js is giving you the ability to inject the dependency. So basically, the dependency injection. And if you do not understand dependency injection, then it's kind of out of context for this video. So you should know about that if you are a developer. Anyway, and also it is giving you nice little decorators. So this is called decorators. JavaScript does not natively support decorators, but with TypeScript there's a hack called emitting metadata, right? There's a library called reflect metadata. With that library, with the help of that, you can basically decorate your class property, class methods, right? So decorator, for now, you can think like whenever you are having a simple class, if you decorate the class, basically you are adding some new functionality. So this is a simple user service class. Injectable means, for dependency injector, there is a container, centralized container, where you will be putting all the class instances, right? So what we are saying is, we want to put this user service instance in the dependency container. That's why you are using injectable decorator. That's it, right? Inside the entities also, you will see like we will be marking this class with the new entities like this, okay? And there's a library called type orm. We'll be using that orm to basically write our entities. Okay, perfect. So this is the main two features it is giving you, these decorators and dependency injection. Rest of the things are kind of similar to Express, and Nest is actually using Express under the hood. Okay, so we are having our user service right now. User service is just returning some empty string, and for all the services, you are having all the test files as well. So right now, this is the condition of our test. It's just checking like everything is defined or not, right? And one more thing is, right now it is using Jest, but we will be using vtest. So there's a testing library called vtest. So a vtest is almost similar to Jest, but it's much faster, right? It's written on Rust, I guess. You just have to install that. and we will be installing it as a development dependency. As you can see, whenever we are using PNPM workspace, we're just treating this library, this package, a normal package, right? Like a normal package. You just cd into this package and install normally, how we would do in a normal package, right? So yeah, we have just vtest installed. Now inside our package.json, we just have to replace this with vtest. Maybe we have to change some settings here. We don't need a debug mode, and also vtest. There is no file called vtest end to end. Let's not worry about the end to end test now. For end to end, just is fine for now. Okay, perfect. The file name is just okay. Yeah. Now in this kind of scenario, you can uh, use your AI basically, right? So let me open a new chat, right? So create the vtest config file in the Nest application, Nest app. So what it is creating is there's a vtest.config, right? We will be having another config for integration testing, but for unit test, vtest.config is fine. I really don't know why this is taking so much time. Okay, perfect. That works, I guess. Let me keep the changes. Keep all. All right. It did not. Are we using the aliases? No, we're not. So we don't need this part yet. And exclude is fine. We won't be producing any coverage for now, but that's okay. And yeah, can we do it like this now? So pnpm test. Let's see what happens. User service user controller is getting passed, but controller.spec, the main controller, is kind of failing. So yeah, we have deleted that. So for the application on the top route, we don't need a service. That's okay. We can remove this file, app module. We don't have an app service. We will be having, like, in future, if you put anything here, then we might need a controller. So just return hello world from here, right? And we don't need a test for app controller as well. Perfect. Let me close and let me do another test. Okay. Now test is getting passed. Nice. And in the user, we were discussing about DTO, right? So DTO is, let me first discuss about the entities. So entity, you already know, like, whatever attributes user will be having, we will be denoting that here. So obviously user will be having an ID, because whenever you are having an entity, you should have an unique identifier for that entity, right? Name will also be a string, and for now, just have an email. Okay, that's a string, and rest of the things we don't need for now. Okay, perfect. Now we have to use an ORM. Okay, and there's a thing called type ORM, and we will be basically using type ORM to denote all of our, like, if you down the road, if you use any NoSQL or SQL database, so using a ORM or object relational mapping is much better instead of directly calling the database, right? It will basically handle all the database layer. So let me quickly install type ORM, and let me take it from here. So nest type ORM. Okay, so if you go to NestJS documentation in under the techniques, go to database, you will get to see, like, what are the things you have to install, right? So we have to install type ORM and NestJS type ORM, and we'll be using a library called SQLite, better SQLite 3, I guess, for the database. Let me first install type ORM and NestJS type ORM. Now how they want us to configure everything. So in the app module, we just have to import and type ORM for root. So in the root module, we have to inject this dependency. Perfect. So go to app module. In the app module, right now we are just importing the user module. So this is the entry module we are having. And so this is the main module, you can say. And all the other module are sub module. So right now we are having a single sub module, that is the user module, right? So before the user module, you just have to do, and it is giving you an isolated auto completion. Perfect. No, we don't need Postgres. We want better SQLite 3. Perfect. And database is db.sqlite, and auto load entities. It's true. These are some configuration. If you want to know more about this, you can just read from the documentation. And synchronize true will basically like whatever, if you do update your entities, it will directly synchronize that to the database. Like in production, you should never use synchronize is equal to true, right? But for development, it's fine. So this is our configuration. Now if I try to run the application, so nest start dev, it should give me some error. Okay, sorry, that will be pnpm start dev. Cannot find app service, user control, app controller, app support. We're not using app service. Perfect. Yeah, as you can see, for to use this better SQLite, so this is just a SQLite database, right? You have to install that particular package as well, and it is asking you to do it here. So npm install better SQLite. Perfect. So pnpm I. Now if I do pnpm start dev, again an error. By the way, so there are some problem with this whenever you are using better SQLite 3 or this old libraries with this new modern setup like PNPM workspace, there's some issue, right? So to solve that, let me do a quick Google search. So PNPM workspace issue with better SQLite 3. Let's see. Yeah. So on the PNPM workspace YAML file, you just have to put it like this. So let's go to PNPM workspace. Perfect. Now if I, okay, I have to do installation. Now let's run it again. So PNPM start dev. Yeah, now everything is working. So what it did basically, PNPM, whenever you would like use any sort of workspace, right? It does not build anything, right? But beta SQLite is written on top of any other programming language, most probably. So basically, what you are saying is just build this dependency. All right. Now let us quickly build the entity. So we are having a single entity now, and that will be a primary column, right? And type UID and generated UID. By default, it will generate the UID for you. Let's have another column. Right. These will be normal column, right? And the column type, the data type, it will collect from this TypeScript type. And that's very good. Right, so we do have that entity. Now inside the user module, by the way, if you go through the documentation, you will find everything, right? There's a nest um, type ORM docs, and you can find everything. These are very standard stuff. So you just import the type ORM for features, and basically we are registering the entity, right, in our user module. All right. And I have already told you that in the service, we'll be having the repository pattern, right? So let's inject our repository, and this is how we inject that. First, let me write it, then I will explain. So this is the normal private property we are declaring. Key will be having a private property called user repository, and that will be type of repository that is coming from type ORM, and repository will return an user entity. Okay, and whatever repository you will build with the database connection and all, just inject that here, inject that repository here in this variable. That is what we are doing here, right? Now instead of returning like this, we can just do repository to save. First let's create a user, then save the user. Perfect. And find all is, it will just return all the users. Find on. Perfect. And why this is not happy? Let me, user entity is string, right? Perfect. Find one for, okay, this is string, this should be string. Perfect. And for the update also, this will be string. Did we update the DTO? Yeah, inside the DTO there will be a single name and email, right? Basically, when someone is creating the user, they have to pass the name and the email. Perfect. And for the update, it will be just the subset of that, right? So for the update, we are passing this not found exception error. From common, nest common, we are bringing this error, by the way, user not found. And if there is a user, we are just saving the user, right? In the similar fashion, let me just complete the remove one as well. So just return this dot user repository dot delete. I guess this is good. And instead of calling it repository, we can just call it repo. That's fine. All right. Now let me give it a save, and let us start the development server. There's some issue. String ID number. Okay. So this ID will be in string. Then this should work. User controller. Okay. In the user controller also we're having some issue. That is, yeah, this has to be simple string. Okay. Now, if you want, you can test everything from Postman, but to copy all the things, all the routes and all the methods to Postman, it's kind of tedious, right? So there's a tool called Swagger. Maybe you already know about Swagger, but let me just show you Swagger UI. Okay, so you can see this window, right? You will get a front end like this one, and from that you can directly hit your endpoints, right? So it will make sense. So let me just quickly install Swagger for my Nest application. So Swagger for Nest, and they are having nice little documentation for that. The first thing we have to do is we have to install this library, NestJS Swagger, and it has installed 11.24. If I remember correctly, Swagger has some issue with the latest version, but let's see. Let's see if it works or not. So in the main module, we have to just bootstrap everything, right? So after creating, initializing the app, we have to get this configuration and configure our application. So let me go to the main. All right. So after initializing the app, let me paste the code here. So this I will get from Swagger, and Swagger module dot create document app. Okay, perfect. So this is our application called server monitor, and the server monitor API. Let's call it the same thing as well, API. And we don't need any tag for now. Version 1.0 is fine, right? Is it okay? Let me run the development server again. Perfect. Now if you go to the development server, so localhost 3000 slash API routes, you can change this route if you want. You will get a nice little user interface like this, and you can see all the users endpoint. Like we had a main top level endpoint, right? So if you hit this endpoint by clicking try it out and execute, it will just give you hello world, right? So now you can get all the users from here. Let me try it out. Okay, internal server error. Let's see what is happening. So entity metadata not found error. No metadata for user was found. Okay. Let's see we have set up everything properly or not. So in the user modules, type ORM for feature user we are bringing. That's fine. And yeah, we are not marking this entity like this. So you have to do that. Okay, perfect. Now if I do the execution again, you see we are getting an empty array. Right. Now I have to create a new user, right? How do you create that? We just have to pass name, test maybe. And basically this is a simple JSON, right? And email can be anything, any at email.com. Perfect. If I hit enter or execute, you can see it has created the user, and this is the user ID it is giving us. Right. Now if I run the get method, get users method, you can see we're getting that one particular user. Now let me quickly show you one thing. Let's say I create a user without the email. I'm just passing the name, right? So if I hit execute, now you can see I'm getting an internal server error. What's the error? The error is like in the SQL, we are expecting that the column must have a email, right? But the user is not sending email. Or the thing is, we are not checking what the user is sending from the upstream, from the downstream, right? So for that reason, we need to add some sort of validation to validate the client data, right? It's a, like if you're a developer, you know this stuff, but then also I wanted to discuss. Right. So let us go back to the NestJS documentation. In the techniques, there is a thing called validation. And let's see what they are suggesting. So there is a thing called class validator and class transformer. So this class validator is basically um, on the class, you can, with the help of the decorator, you can mark that different property, that this property will be a number, this property will be type of email, or you can have some custom property as well. And class transformer is basically just to help you to convert the class. Let's say we are having an user entity class, right? And this is a class. A class transformer will take that class, or it will create a simple object. Okay. And vice versa, if you give it a simple object, it can convert a class out of that object. Okay. You will not directly interact with class transformer, but if you want to use this class validator, you need class transformer, right? So let me copy these two, and let us quickly install that. So pnpm class validator and class transformer. Perfect. Now there's a thing called pipe inside NestJS. Basically, if you're coming from an Express world, right, there's a thing called middlewares, right, inside Express. So pipe is exactly similar thing. So before you are basically intercepting the request, before going into the controller, you are running some sort of logic on that request maybe, right? So we are adding a global pipe that whenever a request is coming from the client, we have to, that request have to has to go through this new validation pipe, right? Again, we can do it like how we are hooking up the Swagger part, right? So in the main, um, after the Swagger configuration, we are just doing app.global pipes, and let me bring that, yeah, validation pipe. Okay. Now, as we are like in the create method, if I show you the user service, or what is the controller basically, in the create method, now you can see create user DTO, and this is the create user DTO we are expecting, right? It should have a name and email. Now, how do you mark this? That it has to be a string, and is not empty, and is email, and also it can be empty. By default, it will be not empty, I guess. So let's see. So if I do not pass an email now, let's see what happens. So same thing, execute. Okay, we have to rerun the server. Sorry. Oops. Name, and just sending a name string test maybe. Hit execute, and yeah, email must be an email. Okay. So now instead of getting a 500 request, that's a server error, unexpected error, you are getting a client error. So you are not, your server is not crashing, right? So you are just telling the client that whatever body you are sending, there has to be an email in that body, right? But if you mark this email as optional, I don't know, do you have any, yeah, is optional, then you don't have to, you can just create the user with the only the name, but we don't want that, right? So we need an email. And if you use this email decorator, like by default it will test like the email format is correct or not. So email, and if I just send a random value now and hit execute, you will get an error, email must be new, bad request. Okay, it's not giving me the reason, but yeah. So at email.com, maybe if I hit execute now, then here it's creating the user. Okay. If you want, you can change the message from here as well. So I guess like that, invalid email. I have to check the documentation for that. Yeah, there's a thing called options. Okay, let me validator documentations. Yeah, on the second parameter, you can pass a message like this. Perfect. So whatever default message that is coming now, that's fine for us. Okay. Now when you are creating a user, you cannot just send some random values. You have to send some values obeying this decorator, right? So how everything is getting connected now. So this is our entry point for the user controller. This is our entry point. So we are having a create, so that will be slash users. Like on the slash users, if you send a post request, that will land here. And first Nest will check like if the body is proper or not with this DTO. If that is proper, then it will call this user service. Otherwise it will just send you a not found error, not found like validation error. So things are working. And before committing into Git, I want to show you one more thing. Right now, from the Swagger documentation, you are not getting any hints, right? So let me give it a refresh. So from the user, you do not know which type of body you have to pass, or what will be the response type in case of it creates a user, right? So there are two ways to do that, right? You can actually go to this DTO and like API property, okay, name of the user. If you mark it like this, then if I refresh again, you will see that example value you're getting giving it a name, right? Now this is one way you can like do it like this key. This will be an API property as well, okay? But there is another way. By default, automatically from the TypeScript file, there's a CLI that Swagger comes with, right? It will generate everything, right? So let us set that up. So let me go to the Swagger documentation. That should be under recipe. Yeah, this is the Swagger one. And mm, okay, this is not here. So that should be, yeah, Open API CLI plugin. Yeah, this will be that. So now you can see like with the API property, you can do that. Or yeah, using the CLI to enable the plugin. We just have to NestJS Swagger we have already installed, right? So in the nest CLI.json, in the compiler options, let's add this plugin. Okay. So where is the nest CLI? We don't have any plugin for now. So let me add that plugin. Perfect. Now if I restart the server and give it a refresh, you can see we are getting like name should be string, and response value as we are sending an entity from the controller, right? Where is the users controller? So as we're sending an entity, right, user service, if I after the creation, this is sending an user entity, right? So that's why it knows key once the value is resolved once the request is resolved, you will get an user entity, right? So how the CLI is getting all the things? So it is basically searching your source directory and it is finding out all the files that ends with dto.ts or entity.ts, right? And it is getting the types from there. So you can see the schema here, right? So it found basically three schema: user DTO, and that is like that, and user entity. Okay, perfect. So our development setup is kind of done. Let me do a quick commit, and then we'll be writing a couple of tests. Right now, I don't need any semantic comment. Just do a init maybe. Let's add everything. All right. Now for the testing, you have two options, right? You can do a full integration type of test. Key, you come here, right? You create user, then you can see like if you can get the user properly or not. You can update the user, delete user. You can do everything from here, right? So this is one way of manual testing. There's a thing called end-to-end test. So already they are having some script configuration for end-to-end test. This is also fine, okay? But what I want is whatever functionality we are writing, right? We are writing controller services. We want to have some like unit test for these functionalities as well. And whenever you are creating a resources, by default you are getting some test, okay? So they are actually giving you this module, right? And NestJS is having some testing module already created. So you can see like I'm bringing this test class from this NestJS testing, and I'm just creating test create module, right? And I'm passing the controllers providers. right? And you can test the controller from here. This is one way of testing. Okay. And instead of using this create testing module from NestJS, you can directly create the class like this. So controller or direct controller, maybe direct controller is equal to new user controller. And for the service, you can pass anything, okay, as any. So you can test these things as well if you want, okay. But it's a good idea to use this create testing module so that you can take the dependency injection as well. All right, and from the actual DI container, if you want to get a module out, or if you want to get an instance out, you have to do it like this: module.get, and you just pass the class, right? And this is the type of that class, and it will just give you the controller. Yeah, okay, perfect. Now, it's just checking everything should be defined, right? So let me quit out from here and let me do a pnpm test. Okay. And you after the test, you can pass a regular expression kind of thing, right? So I just want to test this users controllers, right? So users dot control. You can just type the initial and it will pick up everything. Now you can see it is only running this one, key users controller dot spec dot ts. It is not running this user service dot spec dot ts, right? But it's giving us some error. So column type for username is not defined. Column type undefined error. So this is a known error to me. I had this error previously with type orm. So type orm error with vtest, and whatever suggestions they are giving, like from the AI, it's not good. It will not work, right? So I found out the solution mm, from a GitHub issue most probably. Yeah, this is the thing you have to use. So there's a compiler that White use called SWC. I didn't dig into the actual problem why this is solving the issue, but it does. So basically you have to install this. Okay, so let me quit out from the test. Pnpm I dash d and plugin SWC, right? And in the plugin array, you just have to pass that. So why is my white test config? So let me have a plugin here array here after the coverage. Okay, I cannot pass it like this. I have to pass it here, I guess. Yeah, plugin, and let me. That will be SWC unplug SWC. Perfect. Now, if I try to run the test again, Nest can resolve the dependencies of user service. Yeah. So now the problem is whenever you are writing the test, it is trying to resolve like this user controller. Now user controller depends on user service. The testing module knows about user controller and user service. But if you go to user service is also depending upon some repository, right? That we are not passing. So if you want to pass this test, you have to pass the repository like this here, okay? But we do not want that because we are writing unit test, right? I just want to write the test to check the behavior of this controller. We do not care how these services are working under the hood, right? From the controller layer, from the controller test, I just want this key to test key if we are getting the body correctly, like whatever body that is getting passed in this create method, that is getting forwarded to the user service.create or not, and whatever user service.create is returning, that this method should return. This is the testing, okay, for the controller level. It will make sense. Let me. So instead of going with the actual user service, what I can do, I can just have a provider. Okay, so for user service, I am asking it to provide key, just provide this use value. Okay, and some hard-coded value. All right. I guess global is not true for vtest config. That's why. Okay, no. Why this is giving me error? Import from vtest. Yeah, now it's working. But it should work with this without importing this, right? I guess we did not add inside tsconfig. So in the tsconfig, we have to add it for vtest as well. So types vtest. Now, if we do not no types vtest or types, I guess. Okay, let me do a search tsconfig for vtest. tsconfig. Nothing. Types. Is it possible to different tsconfig? Or is the AI is saying? So types, yeah, vtest.globals. We have to add vtest.globals. Perfect. Now we do not need this. So VI is coming from the thing, right? So this is called a mock function. If you do not know anything about mock function, you should know. All right. Now it should not give us the error. Okay, the error is gone because we are just using this controller. We are just getting the controller and we are telling this dependency injection library that whenever you are facing this user service, if this controller or if whatever we are testing requires this service, user service, when you are resolving this, use this value instead of using the actual class. Okay, so basically we are mocking. Now you have two options. Every time you can call this vi.function, or there is a thing called vtest extended, or if you are going with just extended maybe. Okay, so I am a very big fan of this library and I use this in my day-to-day work, right? So let me again, once I hook up everything, it will make sense. So now instead of doing like this, what you can do is you can just have it like this. So and there's a method that is coming from this vtest mock, and you will be just calling the mock and user service. So mock is basically previously whatever we did right with this thing, mock is just doing that. Okay, the test should get pass. It's working. Now in all of my test I will be using this vtest mock, extended mock, right? And there are many ways of doing this. So what I want to do is I want to encapsulate this in its own file. So let's have a global setup file. So vtest setup file. So here vtest setup.ts. Okay, here what I want to do is first let me import that here. Set of files, perfect. Here, let me add a global variable. So global, and that will be mock is equal to. Let me import the mock from vtest and do it like this, right? And for the test, we want to have a global declaration file, type declaration file as well, right? So test.d.ts. Okay, so here I'll be just having declare global, and this is a, let me bring it from here again from, and the type is like this. So mock as mock function, right? So mock is type of mock function, and also there's a thing called, like, whenever you are doing any sort of mock, it is basically giving you this mock proxy. Okay, so that will be type of mocked is equal to, yeah, this is correct. Yeah, it's so smart, yeah. Uh, why this is not happy? So constant mock is equal to, now it should work, I guess. It will be like this: global dot mock is equal to mock function. Property mock does not exist of global this. What am I doing wrong here? Global this constant mock is type of mock function. Yeah, that's correct. I have to have var here. I don't know what's happening, but yeah, it's working. Now, instead of bringing mock from this v-test, what we can do is we can just, yeah, now it is not giving us error. You can see, right? So in the global scope, we're having the mock. All right. So if I run the test now, you can see the tests are getting passed. Right now, so this was the test setting basically. So for the controller, we just want to test the behavior of this controller. Okay. So for every method, I just have to test key, is it passing the right parameter to the service method, right? And whatever that service method is returning, is it returning that thing properly or not? Okay. So it will make sense. So it should create a new user. So this is, let's say, a user, right? And constant, and we need to have the mock service as well. So let me do it like this. So yeah, mocked service. Now here service is equal to module dot user service. This will be mocked. User service. Perfect. Now let me do an async here as well. Now we are saying whenever someone is calling this service dot create, right, you should resolve into this user, right? So now you can do it like this: key expect, first of all, is it correctly calling the user with the proper data or not, right? So this is the call data I'm expecting. So I just have to pass the username and email. Perfect. So expect service dot create dot mocks. Hmm. So the first call and the first parameter should equal to test.com. That's fine. And also I want to expect key result should be equal to the user, right? Let me give it a save and let me run the test again. Yeah, test is getting passed. If I change something from here, and you can see the test is getting failed, right? So basically we are testing two things here, right? The first thing is if it is calling the service properly or not. Can we do it like this? This should pass as well, yeah. And also let me yeah, this thing key, a single time the service should have been called, right? Service should have been called with this parameter because we are r- passing this here, right? Let me do it like this as well. So create user DTO is same thing, and now I'll be just replacing with create user DTO. Perfect. And it should be equal to create user DTO. By the way, these two object has to be same, right? Referential equality. So this will be our create user test. Perfect. Now similar way is suggesting Okay, now the similar way it is suggesting the update, delete everything else. So let me see. Let's see all what are the other methods we are having. We are having find all, and find all is pretty straightforward. So it should find all user. Let's see what this gives us. So this is an user array. I don't need an actual user array. An empty array is fine. And whatever mock result value I'm having, on time it should have been called, and it should return us the, yeah, whatever users array we are mocking here. Perfect. Then it should find a user by ID. Okay. Let me see. I'm having a user service.find one. Okay, user. And we are calling it with ID number one. So service find one should have been called with one. One time it should have been called. And yeah, result should be, this is also correct. Guys, you can see I'm doing a little bit of vibe coding here, right? Like I'm just hitting the tab and the composer on model is completing the test for me. In this fashion, you can use AI, but I am going through the test line by line. If it is like whatever I'm expecting, it is it writing that correctly or not, right? But if you do not even understand this thing, if you do not know more what is mock result value, what is this thing, like why you are checking referential equality here and here, these things if you don't understand, then you won't, first of all you won't get any confidence from the test, right? And the thing is, right now if I write a perfect test for my controller, right, and line by line, if I, and it is not taking a lot of time, I'm using AI to write the test, and if I have the test in place, then I will have the confidence to change the controller later, right? If I change the controller with the AI also, I can just run the test and check like if everything is like did I break anything or not. Okay, but yeah, I'm doing vibe coding here, but not blindly. Okay, yeah, it should update a user. Again, update user, you are again getting a user, mock result value user, perfect. And in the constant and in the call, we are passing at the first parameter the user ID and then some sort of user, right? So update service should have been called like this, and whatever update is happening, perfect. And mm, yeah, this should work. Hmm, perfect. Now, yeah, it should remove a user. Remove a user is pretty straightforward as well. Am I returning from the remove user as well? Yes. So result await controller remove service equal to user. Perfect. Do I have anything else? I have covered all crud, I guess. Is it suggesting anything else here? Okay. So for our controller, all the tests are fine, and we could comment this. So let me add this user controller test. So test for users, unit test for users, and rest of the things we just added couple of vtest config. Perfect. Exactly in the similar manner, we have to write all the tests for the user service as well. Right now I'm just checking if it is defined or not. So let me run all the tests and it should get failed. Yeah, okay, perfect. So the our user service is also expecting something in the first parameter, first constructor injection, right? So let me first handle that. So provide, okay, so under the hood, how this dependency injection works is like there is a library called T-series that this Nest thing is using, right? So and T-series works like whenever you are inside the, like let me open the class first. You see the inject repository. So this sort of injecting thing works with a token, right? So under the hood, whenever you are having a class and marking the class like this. So you remember, like user class, we have marked it like an entity, right? Like this, right? So whenever you're marking the class, it is creating a token for that class. Token means just a string maybe, right? And what we are saying here, key, whenever you are finding that string somewhere, just inject the repository, that the type of user repository. And same thing is happening here as well. Key, what we are saying is, first we are finding out the repository token. Then we are saying to this create testing module function, whenever you find any token for this user class, you just pass this mock repository. Okay, now if I give it a save, it should work. All right, and again, it will just give me everything, I guess. Not service, it should be the repo. Let me have the repo here. Perfect, perfect. And unit tests are kind of boring, so you have to go through the same thing again and again. So service.create, so whenever someone is calling the create method, I just want key you create the user and you return that user, right? And user should have an ID as well. So yeah, okay, so let me do it like this. So expect repo.create to have been call times 1, and expect repo.create to have been called with this thing, and save should have been called with one time as well, and called with not this user. So whatever this create will return, that will get called, that will get passed to this save function, right? Let's not test that. And finally, this save method, whatever the save method is returning, right, the result should be equal to that. So now test should get passed. Yeah, this much is fine, I guess. This must test, and it should find all the user. So user find mock result value, find all, to pin call times on, it should get passed. Yeah, user find on. Now I want to check the exception as well. Key, does it throw the proper exception or not? So where we are throwing the exception, we are throwing the exception in update. So let me see the update one. It should update a user. So find by on. Okay, you call that with find by on is getting called a single time with this ID. Okay, on the basically on the first parameter you are passing the ID, right? And then why did you keep me the remove user already? I didn't ask for it. And save should have been called with these and single time. Let me give it a save. Yeah, it's working. Perfect. Let's see the exception as well. Yeah, perfect. So find by on. If no user is found, then service.update, whatever you are doing, it should rejects with not found exception. Give it a save. Okay. You must provide a promise to expect undefined reject. Let me do it like this here. So this should be an async call, I guess. No, still it's not working. So update method is not throwing. So if no user, throw not found exception. Okay, see, I got the error. Here, when you are finding the user, it is returning a promise, but you are not awaiting this promise. So this is why we are writing all these tests, right? Perfect. Now it should work. So see, and finally, it should remove a user. Let's not, we are not interested if it does return the value or not. So this is fine. Perfect. So user service test and test. Okay. By the way, when you are writing any sort of commit messages, do not write anything that includes any past tense or past perfect tense, right? Always write commits in like in present tense. Okay, so right, let's say you did fix the user service, so do not write user service fixed. Always write user service fix. Okay, so I don't know why that is, but yeah, in the production setup, I see that trend. Okay, I guess we are good with this user service. All the tests are passing. Perfect. We're happy. Right. We are done with the user service, right? User entities. Now let us start building the remote server entity, right? So I'm inside my Nest application. You just have to type Nest G for generate, right? And we want another resource. And this time the resource name should be remote servers. And yeah, we need a REST API endpoint for that. Yes. Okay, perfect. So this is the remote server. And in the entities, right now we're having a blank entities, right? So obviously, if it's an entity, it should have an ID. Remote server can have a name, right? A description. And description should be optional. And whenever someone is creating any sort of remote server, it should have an owner ID, right? And let's mark this class as entity. Perfect. And it will be primary column, primary generated column, and you can pass the UUID here. Owner ID will be again a column. Let me bring that. Name is column as well. Column. And in this situation, if you are marking this entity property as optional, you should put nullable is equal to true. Right. What else? For remote server, we need some sort of configurations, right? So yeah, config, and config should be record string any, and yeah, it will be column type of simple JSON, not JSON. Simple JSON. Perfect. And what else? We need date, creation date, right? So created at, updated at, and the type of will be created column, date column. Do we need any other properties here? ID is fine, name, owner ID, description, config, yeah, and also the status of the remote server. So export enum remote server status, online, offline, and unknown is fine, right? So finally, after this configuration column, we can have a column named status, that will be remote server status. And as we are using better SQLite 3 for now, right? Uh, just mark this column as a string. That's fine for now. Okay, you don't have to explicitly mention that it will be an enum. But in case of Postgres or MySQL, I guess you can mark it as an enum, right? So entities are good. And now, when you are creating a remote server, these are the things you have to pass. The first thing is you have to pass the string, name as the string. Owner ID, we will collect the owner ID from the authentication, right? Uh, did we make the authentication part yet? No, but we will be making it in a moment. Right, owner ID, it's not needed. Description, fine. And config, yeah, we have to pass the config as well. And status, when we will be starting or creating the this entity, we will mark the status as unknown, right? Rest of the things are by default auto generated, right? It should be a string and object is fine. Perfect. So this is the create remote server DTO, and the update DTO is will be the subset or partial type of that DTO, right? Now the main thing is when we are creating this sort of remote server or things like that, right? We need a thing called the owner ID, like who is owning this entity, right? A user will, for now, the user will uh, own this remote server, right? But in our system we do not have any sort of authentication in place to basically make this thing happen, right? So for that, let me go ahead and create a new module called auth module, right? And we need some CRUD resources for that as well, maybe. But right now, for let's just create the auth module. And if you want to follow along, you can just follow whatever I'm doing here. And if you want to know more about that, then you can go Nest authentication. There are many third-party libraries like Passport.js. You can use that if you want. So you can follow this documentation as it is, and you will get a simpler auth implementation, right? So let's first create a authentication module. Perfect. And inside that module, we need a single controller called auth. Okay, and we need a service called auth as well. So all the login, sign up, all the logic will be coming inside this service. Perfect. So this is our authentication service. But for now, I don't know we will be having these controllers and service or not. The thing is, when how Nest.js work. Let me give you a quick tutorial on the Nest.js part, right? So the thing is, let's say this is the client. It is sending some request, and the request is coming to your Nest.js server. Nest server. Under the hood, it is using Express, by the way, as you already know. Right now, there's a thing called, like, if you are coming from an Express background, you know there's a thing called middleware, right? So inside the middleware, you generally extract out the user information. You find the user in the database, maybe, right, from the JWT token, maybe, and you store the user information in the request context. And inside Nest.js also you can do the same thing, but as Nest.js is more of a declarative kind of framework, so there's a thing called guard, okay, inside Next.js. So let me show you the guard thing. So in the authentication, if you scroll down, you can see they are creating the user module and everything that we already have created, right? So yeah, this is the authentication guard. So whenever we'll be having any route, right? So let's say this is a route. What is the example? Yeah, no, this is not the example as well. But yeah, the thing is, like, if you are having a guard as a decorator, like in a particular route, let's say in the remote server, I'm having a route like this, right? You can just put the auth guard like this, and it will be authenticated. Or you can put that on guard, auth guard in the controller level as well. This is one way of handling the authentication or the guard, right? So let me first create a guard. Perfect. And how do you create a guard? You can copy the code from here. So this is a simple implementation of an authentication guard. But yeah, so export class auth guard. Basically, you have to extend a class called can activate. So this is nothing to do with authentication. Whenever you are building any sort of guard, maybe you want to implement rollback access controller RBAC, then also you have to do it like this. Okay, so what we are doing is we are implementing an authentication guard, right? And whenever someone is sending any request, and we will be putting this guard in the global level, right? So whenever any request is coming to our application, it will go through this guard, right? And for now, what my plan is, let's not um, let me just put a implicit return here. That's fine. Okay, right now we are just allowing everything return true. Okay, because we haven't introduced any sort of authentication mechanism. So whenever any request is coming, I'm just like letting it pass through. So from here, if you return false, then it will just throw an unauthorized exception maybe, right? Or you can throw an unauthorized exception here by yourself too. Okay, so before returning true, what I want to do is I want to create a dummy user. Okay, and I want to put that dummy user data here, right? So let me get the request context. If you're coming from express.js background, you know this request thing, right? So we do it like this: context.sys to http get request. Perfect. Now inside the request, I will just have a user. By the way, these are like whatever I'm following here, this is nothing magic, right? If you go through this documentation, you will get to know, right? So what they are doing is from the JWT token, they are decoding the token and getting the user and storing that in the request user. But we will be hard coding this for now. So user can have an ID. So let's call it a demo user maybe, or default user one. Perfect. And user can have a name for now, default user one, and the email address. That's fine, right? Now, what we did is whenever a request is coming, we are like returning every time we are returning that request is authenticated, but we are in the request object, we are storing a dummy user, right? Okay, perfect. Now we have to basically register this guard as my global authentication guard. How do you do that? You go to the auth module, and you can do it like this. So um, let me find the code from here as well. Yeah. So in the providers section, so there's a magic string, you can say. If inside any module, if you include this provider or this class like this with this token, then it will act as a global guard, right? Or global middleware, you can say. Okay. So in the providers, you just have providers into app guard, and this will be a magic string, that is app guard. So inside any module, it can be a nested module as well. If you put the app guard like this, then for every request, it will go through this app guard, right? And you can do whatever you want inside this app guard. So to demonstrate that thing, if I return false from here, right, let's see what happens. Did we register the service? So in the app module, you're having, yeah, we are bringing the authentication module. So let me do a pnpm start dev. Perfect. Now if I send any request /API, right, maybe on the user side, I want to get all the users. Let me try it out. You can see I'm getting a 403 or forbidden. That's because we are sending false from here, right? If I send true, then it will let us go through. Okay, so again hit execute. Now you can see you are getting all the users information back. All right, so our guard is working properly. Now we need a custom decorator. And why do you need a custom decorator? Let me go back to the documentation again. Right. So let's say whenever you are creating a remote server or any resources that's already in your application, you need to know which making the request, right? So from the request context in the auth guard, as you can see in the request context, we are actually storing the user information, right? So our target is in every controller, we want to get or extract out that request like user information data, right? So how to do that? Let me just show you. So again, in the auth module, we want to create a custom decorator. So nest a decorator, right? And that should be inside auth module, and it is naming it like auth decorator the ts, right? But we want to call it current user. Perfect. Now how do you create a decorator? um, Again, if you go to the documentation in the custom decorators section, you can find out how to create a custom decorator, right? We are actually following this example only, right? You can see like in the controller, if you annotate this property or this parameter with the user decorator, then it will just inject the user current user here, right? So let me copy this code. Let's see if we can directly paste this code here or not. So by the way, with the CLI tool, whatever I did, right, you can just come by yourself here and you can just create a file. That's it. Like the CLI tool is just generating some code, and if you want, you can generate the code with the AI too. That's up to you, right? So um, this is the method that this is the function that you have to use to create a parameter decorator, right? Data is unknown, that's fine. Data is like this data parameter is used like if you pass anything, so like this is a function call, right? If you pass anything inside this function, then you have to you can access that from this data, but we are not passing anything. So what we are doing is we are just getting the request from the execution context, and whatever user we are storing in the guard layer, we are just extracting out that user and we are just returning that user, and that user will get attached to like whenever you are calling this or whenever you are having this parameter and annotating this with the current user, right? And it will make sense in a moment. So perfect. Now we have a current user decorator, but we want a current user interface as well. Current user interface.ts. Perfect. So why do I need that? It will make sense. So let's mark it like this, current user. Right. And in the current user, I want to have the string. I want to have the name at the email. Perfect. Now inside the guard layer, whenever we are just having the like we are storing the users, right? I want to have the users in this fashion. So perfect. Now if I do not put anything here, it should give me an error. No, it's not. So let's do it like this, constant user or current user. I current user, and let me paste it here. And now it's giving me the error. Okay. So it will be current user. Perfect. Give it a save. Now our auth card and the custom decorator is ready. Now what we can do in the app module or any controller, if you go to any controller, let me just use the yeah remote server controller for this. So in the remote server controller, now when you are, let's say, creating the remote server or getting the remote server, you can pass a parameter like this. So current user, what's happening? Am I exporting it properly? So current user decorator. Okay, I'm calling it only user. Perfect. So now, so this is how you create your code in a declarative fashion, right? So you have the current user in the controller whenever you need it. You just like inside which parameter you need that, you just annotate the parameter with that particular decorator, right? So now we will be having this current user here. So right now I'm just returning, let's say, let's console log the current user, if we can have the current user properly or not. Let's see. Okay. Let me run our development server again. Perfect. Let me go back to the Swagger UI. Let me give it a quick refresh. And for the remote server, when I'm trying to create anything, execute. Yeah, this action adds a new remote server code, so we didn't implement the service yet, but yeah, you can see in the console log we are getting the user, right? So now in our authentication controller, not authentication controller, in the remote server controller, we can extract out the current user, and whenever we will be calling the remote server service, we will pass that current user so that we can create any resources that is scoped to that. Like basically we can use the owner id. Okay, so yeah, it will make sense. Just give me one moment. So in the remote server service, for the remote server entity, did we yeah, we have created the entity. Let me restart the entity as well. See guys, if you didn't know anything about NestJS, then this sort of thing will kind of seem scary, right? But these are super repetitive type of code. If you go through, if you understand the whole thing a single time, then it will be a piece of cake, right? And it, you can build pretty very complicated system with this method, right? But if you go with the simpler flow, like Express or any other library, then like you can only create simpler API, right? But with this approach, it's pretty good, right? So let me import the repository layer here. Perfect. And remote server, nice. And now in the service layer, we can have a remote server, repository, remote server. Fine. Now let me create a new remote server here. So, and when we are creating the remote server, we are expecting, let's call it props first. Props. We are expecting that with this, you send me the owner ID as well. Owner. Okay. Now, when you are creating the remote server, you just pass all those props. And what are the other things you have to pass? You have to pass the status, and that will be remote server status unknown. That's fine. Right. Anything else created at this will be automatically generated. ID will be automatically generated as well. Rest of the things we are getting from the props, right? Let's give it a save. And now you just have to pass like it, like this. So client server DTO, and owner ID has to be uh needs to be coming from, let me do it like this. Okay, so instead of merging this class here, let me do it like this. Why do I open this window again and again? I don't know. Okay, now create user DTO, and here you are just passing current user.id, right? Let's give it a save, and let me create this find all as well, so that we can test from the thing. So again, we want the owner ID here, and we are finding all the remote server that belongs to this owner. Okay, let me create it quickly. So in the find all, we want the current user here, and that will be a type of current user.id. Okay, our development server is running. Let us try to create a new server. So in the remote server section, if I do not pass the name, let's say if I hit execute, the first thing it should do is it should give me a like, yeah, name must be there. It's a bad request, client bad request, validation error, right? So let me pass a name here. Name is equal to test server, maybe. Any other thing we do not have to pass here, right? Rest of the things are fine. In the config, you can send like maybe the server URL, right, or the credential information if you want to pass. So maybe https clone / some URL. Okay, hit execute. It should create a new remote server, and you can see in the owner ID we are having the default user one, right? And if we want to get all the remote server, then also you can see by the owner ID it is giving me all the remote servers. right? So we are kind of done with the remote server. Now we have to implement rest of the methods in the service, right? And we will only write the unit test for this service. See, in the previous thing, in these users, we have written test for the controller as well. But I'm not a very big fan of writing unit test for controller. So this is kind of the network layer, right? You have to do an end-to-end test to basically test the controller. So you need to have some either end-to-end test or integration test, right? So I have just shown you, like, if you want you can go with user controller test as well, but for any other resources we won't be writing any sort of unit test for the controller layer, right? We will be only testing our business logic, that is the service layer, right? And we will write unit test for the service layer, right? Now before writing the unit test, like pre AI era, what I would do is I would come here and I would do some test driven development. So I would first write the test, and I would try to like pass those tests from the code, right? But that won't be the situation for now. I will try to use LLM as much as possible. So for that reason, let me just do it like this. Again, owner ID, that will be a string. Update it similar, and remove is similar too. Perfect. Now before updating, what I want to do is before updating or removing, I want to get the server by the owner ID, right? So when we get by ID, so constant, right? And if there is no server, I want to raise a not found exception, right? But in this case, find on, if I'm not finding any server, I'm just returning null here, right? This is just some design decision. You can throw an exception here as well if you want, but I do not want that. I just want to throw exception in the case of update or remove, right? So now you don't have to find it, you can just have it like this. Okay, you can remove this part, and we are saving it. um and for this as well. Okay, now it should work. So let us do a manual test, why not? So let me copy the ID from here. Okay, it won't work because in the controller I'm passing passing it as a number, and also I have to pass the current user. Perfect, now it should work. So I have copied the ID, maybe, yeah, let me copy it again. And in the ID section, let me pass the ID, execute, and yeah, I'm getting, if I put a wrong ID here, it should give me null. What's the response here? Details 200. Why this is giving me a string? Oh, sorry, this is the example. So basically, it's not returning anything. So for that reason, it's showing null. And can we update it? Right now, the name is, let's say, test server. Let me make it updated server, maybe. Okay, so try it out. Updated server. Hit execute. Yeah, now it's updated server. Perfect. And finally, let us try to delete this server as well. Execute. You can see the first time it was working, but now it is giving me 404. All right. So this is it. Whenever you are creating any sort of resources, you can follow this pattern. Right. Now we just have to write the unit test. All right, now let us write some test for our remote server service, right? We won't be writing a test for the controller because while we will be doing the end-to-end application testing, right? um, yeah, on that end-to-end test, I will mention the test for the controller. But for now, let us just test the business use case for the service. So as we do not need this, let me remove it. Perfect. And let me run the test, and it will fail for sure. So pnpm test and remote server. Yeah, because it is expecting a dependency, right? But we are not providing that. So let me have the repo like this. Perfect. Let me bring it. Okay. And on the providers, we just, for the particular token for remote server, we are passing it like this, right? And let me have the repo like this as well. Perfect. Now let me do, yeah, repo to be defined. So yeah, now we are having the repo. The first test we want to do is for the creation. Let me have a describe block. So it's giving me some autocomplete. That's fine. So it should create a remote server. So we are passing it as any save mock result value. Let me do the arrange first. Created props. This will go under arrange as well. So report.create should have been called them with one, and report.create to have been called with, yeah, created props, I guess. Created props and the value of one, right? And report.save is also called single times with saved props, and saved props is coming from mock result value, mock return value basically, because that's not a promise, and that should be created props. Now, this will be only props, and we have to check one more thing, like in these props we are setting the server status or not, right? So saved props and result is equal to saved props, and that will be created props, right? Let me give it a save, and it is getting failed. Okay, sorry, this will be like this. Hmm. So if I remove this part, this should fail. Yeah, status unknown. Okay. Hmm. All right. And any other things that we have to pass other than the owner ID and status, rest of the things like whatever that is coming in the props, that's fine, right? So yeah, our test is good, I guess. Perfect. So the create block is done. Let me just write some quick test for the find all as well. What is it doing for find all? Should find all the server, remote server, find mock result value. So here we are just checking like if it is calling the find method properly or not. So call times on where owner ID is one. Perfect. This is the main checking point for us, I guess. Let me give it a save. Yeah, and it is working properly. Now let me have a describe block for the, why this is not giving me any auto completion. Yeah, for find on. Perfect. Should find a remote server again. Oh my god, why it is coming here? By the way, this is the owner ID, okay? And yeah, find one is good. Now let me test the update one. Describe. Should update a remote server. Perfect. First, find one by ID. This is the we're sending a remote server, right? And save. Okay, perfect. Find one should have been called times one. Find by one. We are passing the when we are calling the find by one. We are passing the on, right, from this and the owner ID. Yeah, and expect report to and report.save. No, report.save should have been called with. Yeah, this should fail, I guess. Yeah. So when we're calling a report.save, it should have been called with like this. So all the remote server and the owner ID is coming from like from the server itself, right? Yeah, now it should work. So the updated value we didn't check at the first place. Now let me check like yeah, in case of this find by server, if it is throwing any error like find by ID, then if it does handle the error properly or not. The rest of the things we don't want to check. We're calling it and it should reject with an error. Yeah, perfect. Now let me write test for the remove one. Find my one call have been done, have been called with call times one. Find by one is yeah, we are passing the ID that is coming from here and owner ID. Okay, and also on the delete side, we are just sending the let's not let's just expect the results here. Result. Perfect. Again, it should throw an error in case of server is not found. So you're calling it and to throw not found exception. Yeah, I guess our tests are good and all the things are working as expected. And we will be testing the controller in the end-to-end application, right? So let me see what are the changes we are having currently. So view S3. First of all, let me add this to the git ignore. So let me add update git ignore. Perfect. In the authentication side, we have added a lot of things. So let me add the authentication first. So auth add, auth module add. Okay, and on the remote server side, we are kind of happy whatever situation we are currently having, right? So remote server add it commit, and on the app module we are basically hooking everything up, right? So app module update commit. Let me do a complete test. Let's see if we break anything or not. Yeah, so all the tests are getting passed properly. Perfect, we are happy. All right, let us start with our next entity, that is the log broker, right? We can call it log source as well. So let me quickly create that entity, right? And you already know how do I create entity: nest, generate, right? And then resources. Okay, it will ask me the name, and the name has to be plural format, right? So log sources. Okay, perfect. We need some REST API endpoint. We all owned all the CRUD endpoint operation for that as well. For perfect, log sources has been generated. Now inside the entity, let us think like what are the things we want. So in the primary generated column, we want it like UUID. Perfect. ID is a string, and obviously it will have an owner ID, right? So owner ID will be in a string. That's a column. Name. Okay, it has given me owner ID previously. I didn't see that. Yeah, log source should have some status as well. And also there are many types of log sources, right? How does it know that? Oh God, log source type. Uh, for now, let's say Jabix is fine, or in future we'll be adding Prometheus maybe. So Grafana logs, okay, perfect. Or any remote server. Let's not put anything. If we want, we can extend this list. So status, log source status, log source type, configuration for that log source, create a date column, updated date column. Do I need anything else to represent the log source? Yeah, we can have a description column maybe, and this will be nullable true. Perfect. Why this is an A? There is an A here. All right, so it will have the log source status similar to the remote server status. Log source different. We will be having different types of log sources, and log source can have a name, description, status, type, and this will be simple JSON, I guess, and created and updated, and those are fine. Okay. Now, when you are creating the log source, by the way, for the remote server, yeah, we have created this remote server DTO, right? Similar thing we have to create for the log source as well. So when you are creating the log source, what I want is you just give me the name. Okay, if you have the description, you give me that, and the configuration object, and the log source type basically. So easy num. Anything else I need? I don't think so. So there's a property called it is JSON object. Check if the value is valid. So let me check it. Class validator is object. What does it do? Check if the object is valid. Null functions are written false. Okay, perfect. I guess it will work, and we don't need a JSON object. Is object is just fine. So whenever creating the log source DTO, I want you to pass the name, description, configuration, and the type. And when you are updating, I want a subset of that create log source. That's fine, right? And in the module, we don't need the test. Let me first delete the controller test. In the module, let me import the type ORM feature. And now in the service, as you can see, this is super repetitive code, right? And yeah, if you have the once you have the concept, it will be like some repetitive code you are mentioning in a declarative fashion. So log source repository, then exactly similar thing. So if you first create the log source and then you just return by saving it, right? And when you are creating the log source, you need the owner ID as well. So let me call it props, right? When you are creating, you first mention all the props, you pass the owner ID, and the status is unknown, and log source type, they are like you are validating the log source type, right? So yeah, they cannot send a different log source, a random string they cannot send. This is fine. And find all is also similar thing. This is also similar. And update, before going into the update, let me just do a get by ID, not found exception. And remove is also fine. Okay, let us give it a test. pnpm start dev. Okay, we have to change the controller as well. So in the controller, we want the current user. Perfect. That will be type of user interface. Import type. Perfect. Current user.id. Similar thing for all the other things. Okay, it works. Now no error is there. Let me give it a refresh in the Swagger UI. Um, in the log source, let me create a log source first. So you can see in the type they're taking the enum property as well. And when you will be creating a log source, it will just give you all the entity values, right? Let me try it out, and let me pass some malform data first, right? Hit execute, and I should have a 400 error. Type must be one of the following: Jabix or Prometheus. Oh, I love this thing. This is super cool. Jabix, and primary log source maybe. Description, this is a test log source. Configuration, let me just pass a Jabix URL maybe. I don't know what I'm passing. So username and password. So for the API access, you can access Jabix with these values. Yeah, we'll be coming back into this part later. So hit execute. Oh my god, there's an internal server error. What's happening? Oof, I keep forgetting that part. So whenever you are having an entity, you have to annotate that entity with this entity decorator. Again, let me execute. Now, yeah, we are having this, and in the configuration, you can see we are having all the nice little configuration that we passed, right? So status unknown, that's fine. Description, name, owner ID. Now let me do a full get by the owner ID. Try it out. Execute. Yeah, we are getting it. And next method is log source ID by ID. Let me pass the ID here. Hit execute. If I do not pass a correct ID, it is giving me null. Perfect. I want to patch this. So, and in the patch, instead of uh, like maybe in the configuration, I want to update something. So if you do not pass the whole configuration, then it will replace most probably. Let's not test that. Let me just test a simple thing. So in the name, let me just pass updated and updated name. Okay, hit execute. Okay, I'm having a mail from Jason. Hit execute again. Yeah, now you can see the name is updated name. Okay, so if I do a whole get request like get wall, then let's see. Yeah, now it is giving me updated name. Perfect. And finally I want to delete it, so this is the route for that. Try it out. Paste the ID. If I do not pass the correct ID, it should give me a not no resource found error. For the for these as well, we should have a no resource found error. So hit execute. No resource found. Okay, perfect. Now if I pass the correct ID in the delete operation, it should go through basically. Okay, internal server error. Nice. Too few parameters value are provided. Log source service. We are getting the log source, then return report late. I guess we have to pass a where clause. How are we doing here? What is the error again? Let me test it again. Yeah, now it's working. So I really didn't know, like, if I pass the entire thing, why it should not work. But yeah, now it's working. Perfect. So this is some type ORM related stuff. So you have to go through the documentation properly to basically to understand all these things. Again, remote server service is working properly. We did a manual test, right? Now it's up to us. If we want, we can write some unit test for this as well. So not remote server, sorry. It is for the log source. So to write all that unit test, we'll be asking the AI for that, right? So let's see if it can do it properly or not. Let me choose the model. I'm happy with Sonnet 4.5, and let me add this file first. So I want to test my service, log source service, and exactly follow remote server. Okay, perfect. Hit enter. Let's see what happens. Okay, it brought the repo. That's fine. In the before age, it is giving us the provider. That's fine to repo. Okay, to be defined on the create part. Props created props. Nice. Okay. Um. Yeah, I guess find on is working, looking good as well. On the update side, they're checking the throwing as well. Yeah, let me keep it, and let's run the test. Let's see what happens. So pnpm test, and this is for log source. Wow, nice. Let me do a global test. So yeah, all the tests are getting passed. Nice. So log source entity is already done. Now let me add everything to the. Okay, we do not want to add the module yet, like global module. So let me just add the log source part. Perfect. And log source entity add and app module update. Nice. All right, we are done with the log service. Let me change this text here. So log provider, what we're calling? We are calling it a log source, sorry. And now before going into the other services or other entities, let us first focus on this log thing, like log analysis thing. So basically log anomaly detection part, right? So for that, let us create a new module called Nest, and we will be calling it log analysis. Perfect. and it will just create a single log analysis module, right? And it will register that module in the main app module. So that is what it is doing, the CLI tool. Now, in the app a log anomaly detection module or log analysis module, the first thing we have to do is, or have to need, is this log detection anomaly job, right? So whenever we are doing any sort of log anomaly detection, we have to create a job entity. So in that job entity, we will track what the progress, if there is any error, what's the success result, those kind of things we will track in that entity, basically, right? So let's do that. To do that, you have to first cd into this log analysis module, right? Source log analysis, perfect. Then you just type nest, and this will be a resource as well, okay? And you just mention the resource name, log analysis jobs. All right. Yeah, it will be a REST API, and I want to have the CRUD endpoints as well. So if you go into a particular folder or particular module and then run this command, right? What that will do is that will create all the resources in that particular folder. So right now you can see inside the source we are not creating it, right? Inside this log analysis directory, we are creating this log analysis job, right? And it has registered that in this log analysis module, not inside app module, right? So this is a second level nested module we are having. All right. So in the log analysis job, let's see what are the properties we need, right? So obviously the first property will be the ID. And let me first, yeah, mark this as entity, because otherwise I'll forget for sure, right? Yeah. Then we have to think some things about the relationship, right? We'll be coming back in a moment for that relationship part. So then it should have a owner ID, as you know. Then we can have we can give it a name, description, like all the standard things, right? And log analysis job status, pending, running, completed, failed. This three is fine, I guess, for now. Okay. So for the created at column, and updated at column, perfect. Now we have to create some relationship, right? So relationship is basically this entity should point towards uh, this thing, this log source and remote server, right? So the first thing is, as we have already discussing, right? So whenever you are creating a log source job, you need two things. First, you need a remote server, and whatever broker you are using to basically fetch the logs, right? So for that reason, from any job, we will basically have a one-to-one relationship with that, right? So, and how do you create a relationship? You create a relationship with this thing. And by the way, before going into the relationship part, I forgot one thing. We can have another column called type. Let me cut this. Let me paste it here. So basically it will be on time, a single time, okay? On time or recurring. Recurring, or you can call it scheduled as well. Oh, let's call it recurring. That's fine. Oh, this is not happy. All right, perfect. Now let me put the relationship quickly. So first we need the log source, and that will be type of log source. Okay, not many to one. It will be a one-to-one relationship. This is fine. And when you are referencing other entities, right, you should mention this join column. And again, if you visit the type ORM documentation, you will get to know the exact API signature they're having. Okay, so it must have a log source and a remote server. Perfect. So we are done with the entity thing. Now let me register that entity. Anyway, before registering, let me see like when you are creating the things, what are the things I need, right? So the first thing is, yeah, you need to pass the name, an optional argument, description optional argument, and yeah, job type you have to pass. Okay, what else? We got the name, description. From the authentication we will find out the owner ID, status. Yeah, we will first keep it in pending state maybe, or initialize state. That's fine. And rest is we need these two IDs, right? So yeah, perfect. So log source ID and remote server ID. Perfect. And when you are updating the things, you will just have I don't need partial. You can only just update the name and description maybe. Perfect. And now let me register that in my log analysis job module. That is this one. So import for feature. All right. And in the main service, we don't need the controller test. So let me remove that. And for the service at the top, as you already know, we have to inject the repository. Perfect. All right. And when you are creating this thing, right, first thing you have to do is you have to find out the log analyzer, like remote server and the log source, right? So for that reason, what we have to do is inside this module, we have to access this remote server service and log source service, right? So in NestJS, there's a particular way to do that, right? You cannot, if you want, you can just import the log service like this. So import maybe log source service. Okay, you can import it like this, and use that directly, but that will basically you are violating the dependency injection rules, right? So for that reason, what you have to do is you have to export the thing from the module that is the owner module, right? And whenever you want to use that, you have to import that module first in where you are using basically the thing, right? And then you're going to use. So in this fashion, if you go with this route, it will you are basically following a singleton pattern, right? That like this remote server service, if it does have any local state, that will be preserved, right? If it does not making any sense, it's okay, but yeah, just you can just follow along, and if you want, you can go through the documentation, SJS documentation, to understand why they are suggesting to export and then import, right? So to do that, so basically our target is we want to use, let me open the two files first. In the log analysis job service, we want to use the log source repo as well as the remote server repo, right? Because we have to find those out to see like if the user does have proper permission or not, right? So let's do that quickly. So first, let's handle this remote server. So in the remote server module, you just have to do is exports. Okay, you are exporting remote server service, that's fine. And also the log source service, you are exporting the log source service. Hmm, perfect. And now in the main log analysis job module, you just import that. So after importing the type thing, you import log source module and the remote server module, right? Give it a save. Now in your service, you can just refer that. So yeah, it is giving me some auto completion already. Perfect. Why it is taking as source? Mm, wait a setup, not this one. See, I have to do some, I want to do some absolute imports here, right? So for that, let us change the test file. So let me search btest. So, or path aliases maybe. How do you want to do it? How would you do that? You do it like resolve, the resolve thing. Perfect. So first do it like this, resolve. Yeah. Yeah. Path dot resolve dnm source. Perfect. And in the tsconfig file, you mention the paths as well. Perfect. Now, instead of mentioning source, you can just bring it from the log source. And why this is not happy? Uh, paths. I guess I have to mention it here, no? Yeah. We have to mention that in the compiler options inside tab tsconfig. But yeah, now you have the log service and remote service. And as you already know, like let us call it props. And we own the owner ID as well. That's an string. So first, let us find out the log source. So this, let me make it async. So first we are having the log source, then remote server, right? So in case of we don't have the remote server or log source, we will be throwing an exception. Okay, or remote server, just throw a new not found exception. Log source or remote server not found. Perfect. And then you create the log analysis job. You pass the props, you pass the owner ID, log source, remote server, right? Any other things? Yeah, we have to pass the status things, right? So status pending, not pending. Let's have another state called initialized. And anything else we have to pass? Name that is coming from prop name. Rest of the things are, and yeah, also type is coming from the prop as well, right? Perfect. Now, then you just save that. All right. So this is the main part. When you are creating the log analysis job, find all rest of the things are pretty simple. Perfect. And as you do it, you have the get by ID, and if you do not find the log analysis job, you throw a not found exception, right? Then you didn't need this line. Perfect. And same for here. All right, I guess we're good to go. In the controller, it will give some error. So let me fix that quickly. Not request. We will be finding, yeah, from the current user. Guys, this is the fourth time I'm doing it. So if you want, you can speed things up. All right. And I'm not explaining every little things here. Current user.id. Perfect. And I'm also just hitting auto completion, and it is just working. All right, so rest of the things are kind of good. Now let me try to run it. So pnpm start dev. Let's see, do we have any error or not? Seems like everything is fine. Let me go back to the Swagger documentation. Right. um okay, we should have a log analysis job. Yeah. Now to create a log analysis job, you have to, like, if you do not pass a proper string and hit execute, let's see what happens. Try it out. You're saying ki log source not found. How about this? How about let's do it like this. So when we're creating the thing, uh, let's break these two things out. Okay, so we get little nice. And yeah, instead of not found, you can send bad request. That's perfect. So if I now execute, you can see. Um, did I give it a save? Try it out, execute. I should have a bad request. Why is that? So if no log source, bad request is also 404. I don't think so. Bad request will be 400, right? Yeah, 400. Log source not found. It is giving me the proper message. Log source not found. Undocumented. Why is this giving me a 404? When we are creating, we are having the log source job ID, owner ID. Then we are finding out the log source. And that is coming from a log source to get by ID. Okay, we are using get by ID. Perfect. Not, we do not want to use get by ID. Let's have the find on. Okay, now it should work. I believe that's also a possibility. Then we don't have to handle the things here, right? So in the log source service, they are just throwing the error. So yeah, get by ID is perfect. Okay, if I log source not found, perfect. So let me create a log source quickly. So let me first have a remote server. So rm try it out. Remote server one, description fine, execute. So this is the remote server we're having, and we want a log source too. So log source, try it out. Log source one, and this is the log source ID. So let me copy the ID for log source first. And when you are creating the log analysis job, you first have to paste the log source ID and then remote server ID. Where do I find the remote server ID? This is the remote server ID, I guess. No, this is log source again. Remote service here. Okay. Now let me pass the remote server ID. Again, if I just misspell anything here, it should have remote server not found. Perfect. Now let me just if I do something bad here, then a bad request on time or recurring. So we want one time name string my job maybe. Hit execute. Now it should work. Yeah, so we're having a log source, not log source, log analysis job, right? So now we have to like tackle the actual logic on how you should handle the log source thing end to end, right? All right. All right. Now with the help of AI, let us see if we can create some test for our log analysis job services. What did I do? So this is our log analysis job. Let me zoom out a bit so that everything you can see in a single screen. No. All right. So in the log analysis job, this is the test file we are having for the service, right? Now let me open, the chat window. I will be using Sonnet 5.3. Okay. So right, the minimum. Let me use a different like previous chat that might give it some context, right? So write the tests log analysis job service for log analysis job service.ts. Perfect. Let's see what happens. Right. The tests are almost done. Let's see what it did. So yeah, it brought this repo, log source service, remote service, everything, and it is using some mock here, right? So it should be defined. That's fine. On the create, it should create log analysis job, log source, remote server, sets job, and this is fine. Get by ID to have been called with the remote server on the okay. Find all, it's working as well. Owner ID to have been okay. Find one is perfect. Okay, let me accept whatever the AI is giving, right? And let me close this chat. What's happening? Okay, let's go one by one now. So from the let's go with the remove method. So should remove first it is engine log analysis job delete response. So find one by, what is the find one by method? Are we calling find one by inside remove? No, it should be get by ID. So report dot find one by. Okay, yeah. Like in this get by ID, we are calling this find one. That's why. Okay, no problem. This is fine. Update method, update again, find one by first parameter you pass the job ID, then the thing you want to update, and then the owner ID. Perfect. And get by ID. Perfect. Find on is we already went through. It's working. Why that is having a console log still? Where am I having a console.log? Oh my god. Good. Let me run the test. One test is getting failed. Cannot find package source log source entity in this file. So it's saying log analysis job entities, log analysis job entity log source. So log so acha, okay. These will be like this. Now it should work. Okay. Yeah. So all the tests are kind of working properly. Let me close everything. Let's see what are the changes we are currently having. Yeah. So we have added log analysis, log source, and remote servers, right? And we did some absolute import part here. So let me first add these two. Slow or import aliases. Hit commit and okay, let me do a combined commit. That's fine. So multiple entities add. You should not do a generic comment like this, but I'm kind of lazy. So visual update. Yeah, all the tests are running properly. So we are done with all the required entities for now. Okay, now I have to think like how can we actually bring the logs from the server, right? And how can you run different anomaly detection and what different types of anomaly detection engine we will be using, right? So let's plan accordingly. All right. There is one thing I want to modify quickly. So if you remember, like we have decided that inside our application we can directly fetch the logs from the remote server, right? We do not need a log broker or a log source for that. But how we are currently designing our system, that's not the case. So if I go to this log analysis and log jobs in the DTO, you can see when you are creating a log job, you like this is mandatory, right? You have to give us a log source ID. So this is not the correct design. Okay. So let me go back to the entities, and first let me run the test, right? So that we can see for ourselves like if we are breaking anything or not, right? So yeah, and now here log source, we want this to be nullable true, right? Perfect. And this is optional now. And in the create DTO or create log source, this is optional. Okay, this should break some of the things. No, it did not break anything. Like there's some TypeScript error for now, right? Because in the test, we are basically passing all the log source ID and everything every time. But yeah, let me write a new test so that we can test this functionality, that it should check like if we are not passing the log source ID, then also it should go through, right? It should create log analysis job. After this test, let me just do another test. Should not throw error if log source is not provided, right? So in that situation, um, this will be the props, or let me call it create DTO is equal to create log analysis job DTO. Let me bring that, and I'm just passing a name. Type is one time is fine. Previously we were not doing that, right? Remote server ID. Yeah, we are not passing. We are only passing the remote server ID. That's it. Now, rest of the things, let me copy from here. Perfect. Um, Now the act, and on the assert side, we're expecting remote server service get by ID and remote service. This part we are already testing, so we don't have to test that. So assert, basically block source should not have been called. Rest of the things we are already checking, right? Do I have to pass anything here? I guess we're good. So now it should get failed. Should not throw, but it is throwing actually. So now let us fix it. So now we should not use this get by ID, and we should mark it as private. Okay. Now instead of get by ID, let me just have the remote server first. Okay. And that will be find on owner ID. If no remote server, Badroog as exception. And for the log source, or null. Okay. Now we don't need this, and here we want like this. Okay. If I keep it as save now, should create a log analysis job. What's the error here? um okay, here also we are not passing it properly, I guess. So in the props, let me name test, and this is fine. So at the beginning we are having remote server. Let me just pass create job, saved job, it's fine. So find on, this should be remote server as any, sorry, log source, this will be log source. And let me put this after this one, this is fine. And now here we have to do create video. Good. Now this find on has been should have been called times one. mm, mm, Create video. um, where am I doing wrong? No, not get by ID, this should be find on. Now everything is working properly. All right, I guess all the tests are good. So log source is optional for log analysis job. Commit. Perfect. All right, the next entity we're having is this ticketing system, right? So in case of Anomaly, what we are planning is we have to like raise a request or raise a ticket inside any ticketing system, maybe ServiceNow. Right now, if you want, you can have your separate entity for that. But what I'm thinking is, already we are having this log anomaly direction job, right? So we are basically calling it log and analysis job, right? So what I'm thinking is, let us just put this ticketing system inside this log analysis job, right? So let me show you what do I mean by that. So right now, like whenever you are creating a job, then only we'll be asking the user key. If you have any ticketing system, give us that. We will be creating a ticket and we'll be updating the ticket. But if you do not have any ticketing system, you can just log into our application and see the status of your anomaly of your job, right? So let's do that quickly. So inside log analysis job in the entities, let me have a new field. Before that, yeah, all of our tests are passing and running properly. Perfect. So before this created at column, let me have a column called, so it's a JSON column. So ticketing system config. Okay. And it will be optional. Perfect. And simple JSON nullable is equal to true, right? And in the DTO also, you just have to pass that ticketing system config if you have that, right? And what like inside the records, inside that object configuration objects, it will vary based on different ticketing system, right? If you are using service now, then some sort of configuration you have to provide. In case of other ticketing system, there will be a different kind of configuration. But right now we are not considering the like what will be the configuration for a particular ticketing system. We are just expecting that it can be of any type of JSON object, right? So it's good. And in the log analysis job service, we didn't break anything because inside the props, like all the values are coming from the DTO, right? And inside the tests also, everything is running perfectly, right? So if you want, in the test, you can just like when you are creating the ticket, no, here you can just put the ticketing system config as well. So we are not passing a description as well. So let's pass a test, and maybe API key. All right, perfect. Give it a save. All the tests are passing. Perfect. So let me do a commit. Ticketing system config in job. All right, perfect. Okay, let's see what are the things we have already completed. So user, remote server, log source, ticketing system also we are including inside analysis job, right? So these are already completed. Let me change the color for this, right? So green is fine. And also log analysis job. Log batch, we are not thinking about that yet. Now the second part is we have to create an entity called anomaly, right? And what I'm thinking is I will be putting this ticket thing inside the anomaly, right? That will be an on-to-one mapping, and I won't be creating a separate entity for ticket. The basic idea is if you are raising an anomaly inside your domain, right? If there is any ticketing system that is configured, like we are actually like we are already storing a ticketing configuration inside this log analysis job, right? If there is a log analysis like ticketing system, then we will be creating a ticket. Otherwise there will be just an anomaly, right? So let me create an anomaly entity. For that I will create that entity in the log analysis job, right? So basically it will be a many-to-one relationship with the uh, log analysis job entity. Right, so let me create an entity quickly. Anomaly dot entity dot ts. Guys, focus on these file names as well, right? So when you are creating the entity file, you can see they are not using this plural thing, right? So export class anomaly, perfect. Let's mark it as entity. Again, primary generated column is fine. Um, Title is fine, and then we can have a description, and that's optional. No, nullable true basically. Description, and yeah, anomaly will have an status, not status. Let me add the severity first, right? So column severity, low, medium, high. Yeah, critical is also fine. And now we will be having a many-to-one relationship, right? Now, if you are not familiar with many-to-one, basically what we are saying key log analysis job entity can have multiple anomaly entities, right? So when you are having many-to-one relationship, you have to mark in both sides. I'll be showing you in a moment. So here we are just doing many-to-one, right? And actually, I forgot the signature. Let me find out. So type ORM many-to-one, right? So user and photo, one user can have multiple photo. Similarly, one job can have multiple anomalies, right? So this is how you have to do it. So many-to-one. Then here you have to return the log analysis job, okay? And inside the log analysis job I will be having a field called on to many, and there will be a field called anomalies, right? Anomaly dot log analysis job, anomaly dot log analysis job. Give it a save. And now a join column is like if you want you can mention it, but it's not mandatory. So in the documentation you can see here you can omit join column if you're using this sort, right? And on additional field we want to pass here, that is cascade is equal to true. on delete cascade. Basically what we are saying is, in case you are deleting this job anomaly, right, like log analysis job, then whatever anomalies we are having inside the database, delete those as well, right? So cascading effect basically. So on delete cascading is fine. um yeah, rest of the things are looking good. Severity, description, title we are having. And finally, let's just have one column called ticket ticket info maybe. Okay, and that will be record. Perfect. And type simple JSON, nullable true. Perfect. So this is our new entity that is called anomaly entity, that will have an, like, whenever we are having an anomaly we can raise that, right? And there will be a title, there will be description, severity was the anomaly severity, then ticketing info, like if there is any ticket we are creating regarding this anomaly, then we will be having that ticketing info, right? And finally the relationship with the log analysis job, right? So we have the entity now. Now we just have to import it here, like in our module we are registering the entity. Perfect, this should work. um, I don't think so we have to write any test for this particular entity for now, but in the service we will be having a new method like add entity, add anomaly maybe, right? And from the controller side we don't have to do anything because we are not exposing this functionality to the outside world. Outside client can only read like what are the anomalies that is currently present um, inside the job, right? So we'll be having a single route, maybe extra route called anomaly with the job. Okay, or you can have an optional parameter here as well, like when you are uh, finding out about any job, right? You can pass an parameter that include all anomalies. In that situation I will be sending all the anomalies. But obviously, yeah, you cannot create update an anomaly from the outside world, right? So you can only create anomaly from your domain, like from your business logic. Okay, so yeah, we have added the anomaly entity. We are almost done with the entity part. Almost, no, we are kind of done. So anomaly ticket, these are also done. um, so ticket and ticketing system, this is kind of the like embedded entity, you can call it for now. Let us quickly commit our changes. So we have added this anomaly entity. Let me add everything. So anomaly entity add. Okay, and also we have added the relationship as well with relations. Commit. Perfect. All right. Now we have to plan our next step, right? Now, according to my experience, if you feel lost in this type of situation, right, it's better to start from the use case, right? So what I will do is I will be creating small boxes, and that will be the end user interface basically, right? And from that user interface perspective, or from the end actor's perspective, we will understand like what are the things, what are the use case we have to build, right? So what I'm thinking, for our application there will be a page like this key. In that page you can ask the user, murder your server. Okay, and he will enter some server configuration maybe, like what are the server configuration we are expecting. So server configuration, right? And then you might have a button like start monitoring. Okay. Now, once he's clicking on this button, you take the user to the next page. Right. On that next page, you like before starting the monitoring process, before saving the server configuration, you can what you can do is you can whatever method you are using, you can use that method. You can use that server configuration to basically talk to that server, like if you can properly connect to that server or not. By the way, whatever we are discussing, I'm assuming that we won't be having any sort of log broker or uh, log provider in place, right? So yeah, if he wants to configure the log broker or log provider, then you can expect the log provider configuration here as well. That's up to you. Okay, but let's first focus on how you can fetch log from server one maybe. Okay. Now, if you do not know about this, like whenever you are having any server, let's say I'm having a server called my server, okay, and this server will have a file system. And generally, inside that file system, if it's a Linux or Unix based server, right, the all the logs will be stored inside generally will be stored inside this var logs or log, right? So let's say you are this is a web server, right? You are running Nginx, so you can get the Nginx log inside this. So when you are configuring the server, you can ask the user key um, from where in the file system, from where in the file system I should read the log, right? So the user have to put the proper path name for that log files that we'll be using to basically monitor the system, right? And if the user want, they can add multiple file system path maybe, but for now we are just supporting a single one, right? So again, if I reiterate, let's say I am the end user, I want to monitor my Nginx server, that's a web server, right? So when I'm configuring the remote server, the application should ask me like in the file system where I'm storing the logs for the Nginx, right? So yeah, so this is for the log ingestion part. All right, so back to our discussion. um, you give all the configuration, server name and everything, right? How to connect the server, or the do you have to use a credential file or SSS username, password, those kind of things you have to you have to provide in the configuration setup, right? Then when the user is clicking on the monitoring button, the first thing you have to do is, as you know, like you have to create the job, right? So after creating the job, what you have to do is you have to you have to test the connection, like if you can connect to the server properly or not. If everything is fine, or if you cannot connect to the server, you just have to show key connection failed or something like that, right? And if you can connect to the server and if you can fetch the logs, then you just have to show key, yeah, like based on the analysis, you have to show key server is running perfectly or things like that, right? And also you can show a timestamp like last checked. Okay, so if this is a one-time flow, like the user is clicking on server monitoring and he's expecting just to analyze the last 50 100 logs, then like whenever you are doing the analysis, you can show the last checked. And if it is a recurring, he's setting up some sort of cron job, right? Let's say in every 5 minutes you are fetching the logs, then whenever you are fetching again, you have to show the last checked or maybe the next scheduled checking time. Okay, those kind of things you can show here. Perfect. Now, let's say at t is equal to 1, t is equal to 2, t is equal to 3, all the logs, whatever you have collected, right? Whatever you have collected, everything was fine, right? Now, let's say in at t is equal to 2, at t is equal to uh, t is equal to maybe 5, at this interval, you got some error in the logs. So you can have error like, let's say there is a 500 error and it crossed the threshold, right? So this, like whatever anomaly detection engine you are using, for now we will be using LLM. Like we'll be asking the LLM if we can ask if we can mark this as anomalous or not. So if you find any anomaly, then you will be raising an event. So now again, let us see the back end, right? So this is all like in the front end we are showing this, but whatever we are showing here, right, all the things are running in the back end obviously, right? And we are just updating the job, like a log analysis job, and the front end is only reading the log analysis job object, right, to get all the properties on everything, right? So in this situation, what it will do is it will raise an alarm, raise an event, anomaly detected, right? Now in our application we will be having an event emitter, or like basically event publisher and event subscriber, right? So some of our services will listen for this event, right? So let's say our ticketing service is listening for this anomaly detection event. So in that situation, our ticketing service will create a new ticket, create a new ticket. Okay, and after creating the new ticket, it will raise another alarm, raise alarm, or raise event ticket created maybe. All right, now this is also an event. and some other service is listening for that event. Maybe the agent service is listening for that event, and once the agent service is picking up that event key, uh, yeah, ticket has been created. So agent will read the ticket, it will find out the appropriate tool, and it will resolve the issue. And once the issue is resolved, it will maybe update the ticket status key that is resolved, or it might raise another event. Okay, you got my point. Key, this will be some this will some like if you are familiar with pipeline architecture, so we will be going through a pipeline, right? But in these arrows are not direct function called inside the pipeline. These are event basically. So with the event we will be communicating with among multiple services, right? And whatever service is responsible for, let's say, ticket, for anomaly detection, for solving, those service will pick up that event, right? And do necessary action, right? And one other thing, you can introduce a queue here if you know about queue, but for these demo purposes I won't be introducing queue for now. But the thing is, like, whenever you are doing some expensive operation, let's say creating ticket, or when you are solving the actual problem, right? So like running the tool in the server, in those kind of situation you can have a separate process, or basically it's a separate worker, right? And in front of that worker you can have a queue, and you can just put the task in that queue, and whenever the worker is free, it can come alive, take a task out, and perform the task. So yeah, eventually we might build that, but I really want to build the prototype very quickly, right? So for that reason, let's create a working version first, then we'll be introducing queue. And while we will be authoring the code, I will point out that in this situation, if you want to have a queue as an infrastructure, you can have that. But from the coding perspective, there won't be much difference. Okay, so this is our plan. We are already having all of our entities in place. Now let us start from like how you can um collect logs from a server. By the way, instead of spinning off a real infrastructure, what I am thinking for the monitored server, that remote server, what we'll be having is, let us create a simple Node.js application. Maybe that will be a dummy application, and that will like in a particular place that will like generate some logs, maybe system or service logs, maybe, right? And from that service log, we'll picking up those service logs, and we will try to find anomaly from that service log, right? So we'll be creating this server as well, like that remote server, and that will be a simple node application for now. But in the production application, obviously you will be having a remote server, right? So for this remote server, we might run it in Docker, a simple node up. Perfect. So this is the plan for now. And before going into the actual part, let us first build this remote server. All right. So let us start working on this remote server, right? So that server will basically generating the log. Let me quit out from my test, and let's start a new window. So inside this application, we'll be having another app. So now you can see why we did go with monorepo, right? Open an integrated terminal. And this will be a simple Node.js application, right? We will be using JavaScript for this, no, not even TypeScript. Okay, so and we will be writing the code with AI. So for this kind of stuff where you need a single page with a single server, maybe it's a very good idea to go with AI. All right, so let me do a pnpm init first, and that will initialize this with package.not in this level. Sorry. Let me create a directory first. So mkdir, and let's call it dummy log generator. Perfect. cd into dummy log generator, and now open pnpm init. Perfect. Let's have an index.js file, right? And let me open my coding agent. So we need, let me give it a nice little prompt now. So in this file, we want to have a dummy log generator, there will be that will generate at random interval. Application log is fine. Okay, and use the library. So if you're familiar with, there is a library called Winston, right? So this is a very good library to generate log. Basically, not generate log like in your production application, you can create a logger out of this Winston, right? And it will handle all the like file rotation, how much logs you want to store in a particular file, those kind of things. It can handle very nicely, right? So we'll be asking it to use that library, use the library Winston to generate the logger, and also create a simple express application so that we can call an endpoint, and it will producing erroneous logs. Okay. Let's see what it builds, right? So now let's sweat. All right, it is creating a readme file as well. I didn't need that, but yeah. Let's open for review. Let's accept everything, and we'll go one by one. Okay, is it bringing a git ignore as well? I don't know. All right, so it has brought these two libraries, right? On the logger, it is creating a logger. So this is library specific code, right? And the transport layer, in the transport layer, you can pass different type of like basically the output. So first it is adding the console transport. Oh, let me skip this. Why it is taking so much time? Stop. Okay, we are done. Go away. Yeah. So first, what it is saying is whenever I'm calling this logger or whenever I'm creating any log, first console log out that log, and then create a log file called combine.log, right? And inside this combined log, you will be having mostly like all the other logs, right? And there is another file called error.log, and any sort of error log will be written to this file. And you can see like inside this file, error log will be coming into this file as well, but we are applying a filter here. That's why only error log will come in this file, right? So then they are creating some sample messages, right? So randomly they will pick these messages. So info message, warning message, error message, debug message. Perfect. Get random element as I was expecting. Get random logs. Perfect. So they kind of manually created this methods. There is a library called Lodash. They could use that, but they didn't. It's okay. Start random log generation. So let log generation interval. If log generation interval, then it's just returning. So at a particular interval, it is generating the. Then here it is creating the express application. So for health check request, you are getting this. Then generate error, generate batch, generate critical error. Perfect. And when you are generating the critical error, you should pass the scenario right in the request body. By default, it will just generate the database failure. Start auto generation, automatic log generation. Stop auto generation. Perfect. And finally, the express error handling. That's good. And it is taking the port from environment. If nothing is there, then it is starting the server in 3001. Right. This should work. Let me run this server. So pnpm first install everything, right? So pnpm I. Perfect. um I do not want these logs inside my Git repository, so let's have a git ignore. Okay, first let me put the logs here and also the node module. Though we are already having node module in the top level Git repository, it should ignore that. Yeah, but anyway, so pnpm, yeah, it has created a start script as well. So you can see by default also it is generating some error log, and all the error logs is coming here, and combined log, inside the combined log you are having info and debug, also the error level logs, right? Now actually I want a separate kind of feature that is right now in the random situation also it is generating the error logs, but I do not want that. So let me ask it to fix some of the things. So while I'm saying key, unless I'm calling explicitly calling the endpoint generate error, do not start generating the error, and also have an endpoint to basically stop generating the error, right? And so two endpoints is fine for generating error and stopping the error, single error, okay? And so basically we're having 5 endpoints. Two are for generating, like start the generation and stop the generation. Two is for start and stop the error generation, and one is to if I want to inject a particularly custom error, then that I can inject. Optionally I can pass the error type. Maybe these 6 endpoints are needed. Let's see. Okay, it's done, and again it is writing the readme, and I do not want that. I'll be deleting that anyway. So yeah, now let us see the condition. So get random element, perfect. Get random interval. I really don't know why do you need this function, but yeah, get random log. Whenever AI is generating code, it is so unreadable, right? Generating a single error. Um, Tracking intervals. No, I won't be going into this code, because this is a complete dummy server, right? So let me see. Let me run the server. Let's see what is happening. And let me remove this logs directories as well. Now let us first know the status. So I have my terminal window here. I hope you can see. So curl, let's send a GET request to http clone//localhost 3001, and this will be status. So I'm getting a status okay. That is fine. And it is not generating anything yet. So to start the generation, you just have to pass post start generation. So again, and now you have to send a post request, I guess. Now it should start generating the logs randomly. Where is that log file? So unpredictable. Yeah, previously it was good. I really don't know why it is not generating any log. So Winston console is fine on the transport level. Okay, let me do it again. So yeah, on the beginning it will basically generate this files. There is no error logs. And now if I start generating, it should give me all the logs. So in the combine, now you can see I'm getting some log data. Perfect. I guess for our demo, it is good. So let me do a quick little commit. So dummy log generator add. Perfect. We're good to go. Guys, now let me discuss something else with you. So that is, we have decided that we will be having two options, right? The first option is, if you are already having a log broker for a server, we can just collect the log from this log broker, like Jabix. Actually, Prometheus is not a log broker. Prometheus is kind of a matrix generator, you can say. So let me put Jabix here. Yeah. So if you're having a log broker, then it's fine. But if you are not having a log broker in between, then you cannot just directly, like you should not directly go into the server and then maybe tail the file, okay, find the log file and then get the file, get the log data. This is like, you should not do it like that, right? So there are many ways to handle a log generation in production, basically, right? Handle log analysis in production. So there's a tool called Fluent Bit. Maybe you have heard of that tool. So what we'll be doing is we will be installing a small little agent right inside this server. So basically in our dummy server or whatever like server we are monitoring, right? So once you are having that Fluent Bit agent installed, that will take a simple configuration file, and the Fluent Bit logic is like this. So let's say this is the Fluent Bit engine. So Fluent Bit engine, and in front of that you will be having a input engine and a output engine, right? Now in the input engine you can have many things, right? You can have a file system input, maybe. So file system input, that is what we will be doing. You can have console input, you can have any other HTTP ingestion, right? And on the output engine, what we can have is let me just put the word here. Okay, on the output engine you can have different HTTP endpoint, maybe. Okay, you can push that log to Prometheus, maybe, or any other log broker. Okay, and Fluent Bit in between, like before putting it into the output inside Fluent Bit, there is a filter layer as well. So you can write different logic, like only pick up the error logs, send those error logs to this endpoint, only pick up the info logs, those kind of thing you can configure, and it's very easy, right? I will be showing you in a moment. So this is the complete agent, right? So let me call it um, Fluent Bit agent. And this is a very tiny agent. You don't have to go through any build process or anything. You can just directly work with that, and it works. And it's a general purpose tool, right? You can install it in Mac OS, Windows, Linux servers, Docker, Kubernetes. Like, it works with everything, right? So we will be using that Fluent Bit, and we'll be installing that Fluent Bit agent in the server. And that Fluent Bit will, we won't be pulling the logs. Whenever a log is coming, that Fluent Bit server, through the TCP connection, through the HTTP endpoint, will push that log to our ingestion server, right? So this will be our flow. Now, if you want to know more about Fluent Bit, you can go to the website. So, and if you go to the documentation, they are having nice little installation guide. Okay, and as we are using inside Docker, we will be we'll be bringing this image, and in this particular image we will be installing Node.js and our application, right? You can do it vice versa as well. Like, you can have a Node.js base image, and inside that you can just install Fluent Bit. Like, if it's a Debian or Ubuntu base image, Node.js base image, you can follow this documentation to install it, right? So again, we will be asking our AI to generate that. That's a good idea. So in our dummy log generator app, need a Docker file. Let me start from a previous chat, that will be good. Okay, now we need a Docker file. Start with a Node.js base image, and on the same image install Fluent Bit. The input should be the tail of this file, log files, and output will be HTTP endpoint. Pick up from the environment. give us a Docker Compose file as well. Guys, I'm assuming that you know about Docker, right? Yeah. So we are good to go. Let's see what it gives. All right, it is kind of done. I really don't know why it is struggling with this ignore type of files, right? Previously, it didn't able to generate the git ignore. Now it's stuck with the Docker ignore. Oh, sorry guys, I have to accept it. My bad, my bad. No, you don't have to update the readme file. We're good. Close chat. Arre? Perfect. Let's see what it has generated. So we got a let me first start with the Docker file. Right, so it is starting with Node 20 Slim. That's fine. This is the base image. Install dependency for Fluent Bit. As like if you go to the Fluent Bit uh, documentation, right, it is asking you to have some dependency. Okay, it is doing that, and then it is bringing that Fluent Bit. All right, and it is installing everything. Then the general, like if you are having a simple Node.js application, you should have a Docker file like this, right? You are first copying the package.js and installing it, then copying everything else, right? You are creating a directory called logs. Like this is redundant though. Like our Winston library would auto generate this, but anyway, then you are copying the Fluent Bit configuration file. I'll be showing you those configuration file in a bit. And finally, it is copying a shell script, right? And it is running that script, and uh, prior to that, it is exposing the 3001 port. Right now, Fluent Bit does have two configuration file, right? The first one is why didn't it copy the second one? Copy Fluent Bit configuration file to etc Fluent Bit conf. But it has to copy this file as well, right? Parser.conf. I don't know. Let's see. So this is the main configuration file. Like some top level configuration you will put here. I won't be going into the deep, right? Then it is giving you that input. So it is just saying whatever things you find inside the logs, right? Logs directory, pick up every file, and yeah, just start generating log, reading for logs. On the filter level, it is just doing this host name in front of that, and that's kind of it. And on the output, it is expecting to have HTTP output host port URI, and we'll be providing this in a moment. Basically, this will be for our application, like application host port and output URI, right? And instead of URI, it should ask the path name, no? Anyway, let's see. And rest of the things are a couple of configuration, and that's kind of fine, right? And in the Docker Compose file, it has just created. Yeah, on the URI, you have to pass the path. My bad. Anyway, it should work in the Docker ignore file. It's just putting, but I do not know like where this parser config is getting ingested. Should I ask it? Let's see. So I have already Docker installed in my system, right? And it is running. So I will be just doing Docker Compose up. So let's see it can generate the log properly or not. Right now it won't be able to send the log, right? Because we didn't configure the HTTP endpoint. But yeah, the node application should work at least. By the way, the Docker entry point, it is just generating. So first it is starting the Fluent Bit, then Node.js application function to handle shutdown. I don't know why that is needed, but yeah, it might take some time to get started. Yeah, guys, you can see it is working properly. Is it generating some? Yeah, so it is auto generating some logs. You can see. Okay, no, this is not those logs. This is basically the error logs from Fluent Bit. It is trying to send those logs from the down upstream, but it cannot. Anything else? Any other error we're having? Yeah, Fluent Bit logo we're getting. Nice. Yeah, I guess we are good. But now what I want to do is we want to, in our main application, we want to set up a route to basically ingest the log, right? Log ingestion route. And once some log is coming, we will be looking into the log, we'll be analyzing, and according to that, we will be marking it as anomaly or not. Okay, so this is our next plan. So before that, let me do a commit Fluent Bit add with Docker. Perfect. Okay, guys, it was kind of bugging me, so I went a little deep. So the basic logic is when you are running this Fluent Bit server, right? So inside the Docker file, like inside the Docker container, consider that as a VM. So inside that, you are running the Fluent Bit engine and you are passing the configuration file, right? But when you are running Fluent Bit engine, uh, your context is at the top level /app level, right? And in the /app level you can find this Fluent Bit config. So sorry, parser.config. And in the Fluent Bit config, we are just mentioning that in the same context, like wherever I am running the command from, like in the node.js, if you know the cwd current working directory, right? So it is just finding out the parser.conf from that. Okay, so it should work and it is working. So yeah, but I just wanted to let you know. All right, so this is the situation now. We are generating some logs with this dummy server, right? And we have installed a package called Fluent Bit, right? And with this package, we are basically sending those log. First, we are reading those log from the file, right? We are performing some operation, parsing, filtering, if you want. Right now, we're just adding a couple of fields, okay? And then we are outputting this log into an HTTP endpoint, right? So we did not build this HTTP endpoint yet. So now let us quickly build that, right? So in our application, in the log analysis, you can see we don't have any controller yet, right? So what my plan is, let me create a controller now. Okay, so let me open two parallel shell. Okay, so cd app nest app. Perfect. So I just have to do nest generate controller, and that will be inside log analysis. Yeah, it should work. Let's see. So it has created the log analysis controller, right? So let's just have a nice little route, and that will be a post route, obviously, called ingest. So the route is log analysis /ingest. Okay, and we are expecting the job ID as well. Right. So not job ID, it's job ID. Perfect. Now let me build the handler quickly. So ingest logs, ingest logs basically. Okay. So in the parameter, we are expecting there will be a job ID, right? And job ID is type of string. And for the body, we are expecting that it will be an array, right? Array. And inside the array we'll be having multiple records, right? And I am not imposing any kind of validation now, because for different server the log type, log shape will be different, right? So we are not fixating on anything. If you need to have validation here, like in our log analysis engine, you can impose the validation key. We have to pick up those fields from the log array maybe, right? And you might merge all the fields and create a giant string and send that string to the ML model or the LLM to basically analyze for the error, right? So right now, let me just console log these things. So I will be console log the body, and yeah, let's just console log the body. Let's see what we are getting, right? So let me run the server. By the way, let me have a API property here, unless API body basically, unless we won't be able to test this thing, right? So in the API body, it's expecting a class, I guess. Yeah, it should give an error. Let's see. Okay, so pnpm run or start deb. Let me open our Swagger documentation. And yeah, this is that right route. Log source, not log source. it will be, yeah, log analysis, right? So inside log analysis, we are having a single route called log analysis slash ingest. Okay, let's try it out. So in the job, we are expecting a job ID, maybe job ID 1. And in the log, we will be just sending this log like this. So maybe this is log 1, and another log maybe log 2, right? Hit enter, execute. So basically we should get a console log. So you can see we are getting the console log, right? Log 1 and log 2. So we have successfully set up everything. Now all we need to do is we have to set up that in our Docker Compose, so that whenever we're running it with Docker, we can send those log to this to our HTTP application, right? So let me go to the Docker Compose YAML file. Right now I'm mentioning that output host will be localhost. That's fine. 3000 is fine as well. And this will be log analysis slash ingest. All right. And right now, let's just have a uh, fixed ID, job ID maybe. So job 1 2 3. Perfect. That works. Right. Now, if I build the thing and run it again, so dos get docker. Why I'm not getting any auto completion? I don't know. Docker compose up dash build. This is the command, I guess. Yeah. So if everything works, we should have some logs here. And I guess, yeah, it's not working. So we are having some error. Error is I put HTTP no stream connection available to localhost 3000. Is it? Uh, localhost 3000 is what it's working. It's working properly. Why it cannot find? I don't know. Oh, sorry, forgot, guys. I forgot. It cannot be localhost, right? We have to just mention like a Docker internal Docker host dot. Now, the thing is, I have to explain this bridge network to you. Like, if you are not familiar with Docker, you can just Google it, right? So, if you put your Docker container in the bridge network with the host, then this will be the local host address for your like whatever system you're running. Like, I'm using inside Mac with Docker desktop, right? So, to this container, like for this container, my Mac would be in this URL, in this host, like Docker host internal. I hope this is the correct string I'm using. Let me just check. So, uh, sorry, it is host docker.internal. Perfect. Now it should work, I guess. Oopsie. You need to escape. Yeah, this should work. Let's see. Let's build it again. Yeah, now you can see we're getting the logs, right? So at the beginning, you will be having a lot of logs because it is taking from the head from the start, right? So if you go to the configuration here, right, you can see we have mentioned a property called read from head. So it is starting from the top of the file, right? So when you are starting the server, it's good. But if you mention false here, then whatever new log is coming, it will just pick up that. And we might on that feature, but right now, whatever we are having, it's fine. Because when we are starting the node server at the same time we are starting the Fluent Bit server, right? But if you are starting the Fluent Bit server in future date, then or you are reading from an existing file that has a lot of logs, right? Then it's not a very good idea to add this property key read from head. And I might delete that. Let's delete that. It will be a good idea, I guess. So now if I clear things out and let us run the server again. So nothing that is coming. Docker compose up build. Okay, still I'm getting a lot. Oh, sorry. I'm getting a lot of blocks because when we're starting the server, no, you can see we are console logging a lot of things here. Yeah, we are getting these console log. All right, I guess we are good to go. I can quit out from the servers and let me do a quick git log. And before doing the git log, I want to test one more thing. Right now, what we are doing is whatever log data we are having, right? Whatever log data the application is generating, we are sending all the log data to the backend. But my target is we will be only sending the log data where we are having some error, like the log level is error. So in the next step, what we'll be doing is we will be only sending those logs which has the log level is equal to error or any sort of problem exception that is happening inside our application. Then only we want to call the upstream server or call the log processing server, right? Otherwise, if just a console log, if it's just a info it is printing in the log, then we are not bothered with that, right? So that's our plan. So let me see what are the files I have changed. So yeah, we have generated a log analysis controller, and in the controller we are just console logging the body. That's fine, right? So um, let's do a comment like this: log analysis controller. I don't even know the controller spelling in it. Okay, hit commit, and inside the log we have just changed like yeah, we have deleted the version number. Who added the version number in Docker Compose again? I don't know. Let me delete it because we cannot have a version number in Docker Compose nowadays. Perfect. And what else? In the Fluent Bit, we have removed this line, and yeah, rest of the things are kind of correct. And in future I might change this, right? So from in this path we will be only reading the logs from this um, sorry, from the error.logs, right? So this is one way of doing things, and the second way of doing thing is um, you can use this filter option to filter out all the logs that does not have a level of error, right? But I'm not that proficient with Fluent Bit. I have to spend 10 to 15 minutes more to find out that, or I have to ask AI. So yeah, we will be handling that part in a moment, but let me just do a commit. So what we did, we have added some, yeah, in the Docker Compose file, added localhost configuration in Docker Compose for dummy log generation. And in the Fluent Bit, what we are doing is, yeah, on the Fluent Bit, we are just skipping this part. Read from head of in Fluent Bit. As I'm in the development phase, I am just and I'm the single developer working on this branch, right? That's why I'm writing this kind of sloppy commit messages. But in a production system where you are working with multiple developers, you should use some sort of structure while you are committing or you are creating the log messages, right? There are many libraries like Husky and all. You can use those. But yeah, we are in a good shape. Now we can actually send some logs to our uh, application, server monitor application. And in the next step, what we'll be doing is we will only send the erroneous logs, right? And based on the error, we will be creating a ticket in the service now or any other ticketing broker, right? And after that, we will just uh, see like if we have any tools are available or not. We will try to resolve that issue and resolve that ticket, right? So that will be our next step. All right. Now what we'll try is we will try to only send all the erroneous log, right? Like if you remember correctly, log generation, we are having a property called level, right? That is log level. Now we do not want to send this log which has a level of info or any other thing, right? We are only interested in the logs which has this kind of uh, info. Like uh, right now I don't have any error logs most probably, but yeah, my point is like if we have a level of error or critical, then we want to send those logs. So if I go back to my script that is generating all the logs, So let me see all the log level. What, where it is. Am I publishing any log level? Yeah. You can see for some of the logs, we are publishing the logs with this log level called error, right? Now, do I have any other level? Let me search. So yeah, we are having log level is equal to debug, log level is equal to warning, and error. Sometimes you will be having a log level called critical as well, but right now let us just focus on the error part, error and critical. But in our script, we do not have any critical log level. But yeah, if you do have that, you can include that as well. So how to do that? So we have to do some changes in our filter configuration for Fluent Bit, right? So what I'm saying is when you are fetching the log, when you are collecting those log records, right? So before passing that to the output, you have to filter out some of the logs. So we will be adding a new filter called right now we're just adding hostname and this dummy log generator. So we are basically modifying things, right? We do not want to modify. You can, if you want, you can modify, but we want to grep. So there's a new filter called grep inside Fluent Bit, right? So with the grep filter, you can basically, based on some regular expression, you can select any entry or you can exclude some entry, right? So they're having an example here. So these are all the logs. So in the filter, they are having key for the log. If you have this triple A or double A, like if you match with this regular expression, then only pass those log. Otherwise, you can just drop. Okay, so we will be doing something similar. Let me format it correctly. We want to match everything, and that will be type um, level is equal to, that should get start with error. By the way, if you're not familiar with regular expression, I don't know how can I explain here, but yeah, error or critical. All right, and this should be okay. Let's not play with the casing part. So let me give it a save. Right now, it should only send all the logs that have this error or critical level. Right. So let me run the server. Let us do a test. Perfect. If I do the Docker build compose up, this should not send any log now. Okay, because we are not sending any error log. So let's see. Once we will start hit this stop no s- start log generation endpoint, then it will start generating the erroneous log, right? So in that situation, we will get some log here. Let's see. It's taking a lot of time. I don't know what's happening. Let's see, maybe my network is kind of slow. Yeah, it will start generating the log, but it should not send anything. Is it generating? I guess I broke something. Let me zoom out a bit. And type memory sync normal, initialization, shutdown and build, grace period 1, dummy log server endpoint. Okay, I guess it was generating some log, but why this is not showing me anything? Let me do a Docker build again. Let me run the server first. Perfect. Docker compose up build. Okay, I have to send the generation part first? So let's see. Yeah, I do have to do start generation. Let's see. So yeah, start generation. So start generation. Now it should start. Yeah, now it is generating some logs, right? But you can see it's not sending any log data here because we are not asking it to send the data, right? Now, if I can generate an error, so generate error. Okay, now it has started generating some error. Yeah, now you can see we're getting. Okay, so this is the stack trace, and and in the log level, you can find like whatever log that is coming now that has a level of error, right? So, and in our application, we are only interested in the erroneous log, right? So now we have successfully modified our script, and in our script, we are just like sending only the logs that have a level of error and critical, right? So that's a good start. So let me commit it quickly. And in the upcoming section, I might change this script. So whenever I'm running the script, by default, it should start generating the logs. And it's kind of complicated, and I should have a separate endpoint to just inject a single error, right? So that we can test the whole flow. But right now, it's kind of haphazard. So yeah, let me commit it. Only or filtering out logs. Only error, critical, pickup. Perfect. All right, now let us start modifying this log analysis controller, right? So previously what we did is we are just console logging out the body, like whatever body that is coming with the request, like we are just console logging that. But now instead of console logging, I want to call a service from this. Do we have any service yet? No, we do not have any service. So let me create a log analysis service first. Then we'll be calling that service, okay? So how do you create a service? That is, you do nest generate service, right? And you just mention the module name that you want your service to be in, right? So for us, that is log analysis. Perfect. Yep. So we are having a log analysis service and the spec file as well. And for the controller, we do not need the unit test, as I have already mentioned. We will be testing the controller in an end-to-end test, or we'll be manually testing the controller, right? Anyway, so in the service right now, it's an empty service. Let's just have a method called maybe ingest log. Okay, and when you are doing the ingestion, we want obviously the job ID for which we are ingesting the logs, right? The owner ID, because this will be public facing again, right? So for the authentication, we need to know, like we need to verify first. And the logs that you are sending, and the logs type will be array, and it will be a record of a string and any. Okay, so this is the things that we are getting inside the log ingestion. So first thing what I want to do is I want to find out the job, right? So that will be this dot. Now to find out the job, we need to take help from this log analysis job service, right? So let me bring that. So constructor private log analysis job service. Perfect. Let me bring that up here. And inside this module, right, log analysis module, we are basically importing that log analysis job module. So let me open the module first. You can see we are importing the module. Now we just have to, like inside this log analysis job module, right, we just have to export that. So exports log analysis service. That's good. Okay, now everything should work. And so constant job is equal to it's getting with the autocomplete. So let me mark it as async. Right now, you know that when we are calling this find on, right, it can give us a job, okay, or it can give us null, right? So in case of it is returning null, then just throw a not found exception. In future, I might have a separate method called get job, and inside that method only we will be handling this exception. But right now, I'm just using the find one, okay, the default one. So in this situation, we are having the job. Now we have to run some sort of for loop maybe to add different anomaly. So now the plan is, if you are sending an array of logs, and as you know, we are only sending the erroneous log, right, or the critical logs. So my job is, if you are sending any sort of logs, we might check those logs in future. But for now, let me just run a for loop, right? Nice little for loop, okay. And inside the job service, like log analysis job service, we will be just add an anomaly. That's it, right? So, and how do you add an anomaly? Right now, we do not have any method to add an anomaly. So let's see if we can add a method for that. So I think add anomaly. So to add the anomaly, first you have to send the log analysis job, right? And for the anomaly, let me just take the title of the anomaly basically. If you have any description, you send that. Okay, and the severity. Let me go to the anomaly entity. Let me see what are the things we are having. So right now we are having severity. Let's have another column called yeah, anomaly status. I really don't know how does it know what I'm trying to say. Okay. Open in progress, and close. That's fine. So after the severity, we can, or after the ID, we can have the status. So anomaly status, perfect. Now, severity, we are expecting the severity as well. Anomaly severity, right? And perfect. Then the first thing what we want to do is check if the job has an open anomaly or not. If yes, then ignore. Okay. If no, then create a new anomaly and add it to the job. Perfect. I can do a find, or I can rely on the anomaly status. Anomaly repo here, right? So let me add the anomaly repo quickly. Perfect. So where job ID is, and status. Not in. Do I have a not in inside? Um, Let me add open here. In I know. So in open, or anomaly in progress. Anomaly status. Now we brought anomaly status. Why this is giving me an error? Okay, I should I have to pass an array. So what we are saying, key, give me all the anomaly. Give me all the anomaly with the job ID, right? Log analysis job, and the status has to be in open position or in progress position. Right. In that situation, we know that there is an existing anomaly for that server, right? If you want, you can design your system in such a way that you handle multiple anomalies at a time. But right now, I'm just thinking, if there is any open anomaly, we did not resolve the ticket, or the server is under like some fishy condition, then we do not want to raise another anomaly. Maybe that's a wrong design, but we will be changing that in future, right? So if existing anomaly, I'll be just returning from the function, right? If not, then create the anomaly, right? Constant anomaly is equal to log analysis job status open. Perfect. And let me pass the title. Why is this giving me duplicate identifier? Let me just destructure everything. Description and severity. Perfect. Now we'll be just saving that anomaly from here. Let's not return anything. Right. So the logic here is if we are having any anomaly with the job ID. Okay. So by the way, we are directly querying the anomaly repo, right? If you want, you can get the anomaly from the job. That's also a possibility, right? But I'm just directly querying the repo. Anyway, and this is basically one way of querying the data. If I think I should have gone with like from the job if I can just directly get the anomaly. But this is fine as well, I guess. So what we are saying is, do we have any existing anomaly? If existing anomaly, we are just ignoring the message, right? And if there is no existing anomaly, we are creating a new anomaly. That's it, right? Now we have in the job we can add an anomaly. So now in the log analysis job service, for every log, like from this service, we want to mark that as an anomaly in the job, right? So yeah, we have the log analysis job service dot add anomaly. You pass the job, and for the title, you pass. Let me destructure the message from here. Message is coming from log dot message. Untitled log message, and log level. By default, we are expecting error, right? Let's not destructure the level because we know like we are only having this, and severity we can destructure from here. Constant. No, let's have the severity based on the level. That is good as well. Level is equal to log level or error. So now you can have it like this. Level is equal to error. Then anomaly is equal to critical. Critical. Anomaly severity dot critical. Otherwise, anomaly severity dot high. Yeah, for now this is good, I guess. So for every log, for every erroneous log, we are just creating an anomaly, right? And yeah, unless you have solved that anomaly, then like this service will just ignore that. All right, we are good to go, I guess. Let me write some test, and that test will pick up like if we are missing anything or not. Okay, so let us first test this log analysis service, right? So service.spec.ts, that's fine. Now there's a nice little model called composer on, right? And that is coming with this cursor. And for small type of task, it's a very good model, right? If you are not providing a lot of context and you just need some very repetitive code, in that situation composer on is very good. And for the auto completion also, you are actually under the hood using composer one, right? So let me ask it to write some test. Necessary unit tests for log analysis service.ts. And what do I want it to test is test for not found exception in case of error, in case of null. And for every log it should job service and add anomaly with proper messages, proper attributes. Okay, I guess this is good um, for our log analysis service, right? So let's see if it can write some good test or not. Why this is writing so many things? Okay. Anyway, let me check. So what it did is it has created a service, log anomaly job service. It is mocking that. That's fine. It has created a mock job in the module. It is providing, like, it's just passing the hard coded value service, log analysis job service. Why is this? Why this is creating a new service here? Log analysis service. Am I writing the test for the controller? I don't think so. Mm, okay, so yeah, basically service is defined that. That's why it is creating the service. No problem. Job ID, owner ID, perfect. Should throw an exception. So in case of null, like find one. If null, service is in just log ID. Hmm. Should have called for is anomaly. Perfect. These are the errors that is coming. Find on mock job service just log to have been called with 3 times. It should have been called first time. So to have been Init called to it. So in this function, you can first pass an integer. This is the number. Like in the first place, first call. What you are expecting is it should have been called with the mocked job, and um, this is the payload. And it should have the user ID as well. Owner ID, sorry. Oh, jobs. When to have been called with what? This is I'm not getting to have been called with job ID. Okay, this is find on. All right, sorry. And then add anomaly. Add anomaly should have been called 3 times. Sorry. So basically, in the loop, we are calling add anomaly, not the find on. Okay. So first time it will be called with mock job and the anomaly. Mock job again the anomaly. Anomaly should use the default message when. Okay, it is checking those as well. Should default error message. Okay, perfect. Should use critical severity for critical level error. Perfect. Should use high severity. Oh god, it has created a lot of test, but yeah, we are okay with that. It is checking some edge cases as well, but let me run the test and check if everything is working or not. I think some test will get failed, yeah, because we did some changes in this log analysis. In this one, basically, log analysis job service. So in the log analysis job service, if you remember correctly, we have added this anomaly repo, right? So that's why it is getting failed. So in the test, we have to mock that. So you just have to do it like this. Now it should work. Okay. Again, it's failing. Source log analysis. Why this is getting failed? Log analysis jobs, log analysis job service. Let me give it a save. Let me run the test again. I don't know what's happening. Can I delete it? Kill terminal. PNPM test. So let's first fix this one. Log analysis job service spec.tst should be defined. So everything is getting failed here. That is log analysis. Let's not worry about that one. Let's first Nest can resolve dependency log analysis service. Why that's the case? We are passing the anomaly. Log analysis service. No, log analysis job service spec. Log analysis job service spec. Perfect. So provide get repository token. Get repository token for anomaly. Mock repository useful. This is good. I guess this is fine. Why this is not happy? I don't know. Mm, log analysis service, log analysis job service. Basically, we are passing anomaly repository dot anomaly. Okay, we have to do it like this. Sorry, guys. I forgot the injection. And now we are having own error. Should handle logs with empty message string. That is getting failed. The last one. Should handle logs with empty string. What's the error? Expected vi item called with arguments id job on. It should have been called with untitled log message. I'm not sending any message in that situation. No, it should have been called with untitled message. Should handle logs with empty message. Yeah, this is good. Okay, I guess we're good. So all the tests are working perfectly. Before I forget, let me do a quick comment. All right, so what are the things we have changed? That is, we have added the service, log analysis service, and we should change the log analysis controller as well. So right now we're just calling the body. So what I want is, yeah, let me bring log analysis service, and I'll be just calling the. By the way, you can see like I'm not checking anything, right? If you want, you can do the validation here. Let me put a to do. Yeah. Mm, validate the body in future. Perfect. And now you just call ingest logs, and you have to have the current user in this scenario as well. But the only problem is when you will be calling this, like mostly these will be called, this route will be called, like this is a webhook, right? So this route will be called from another, let's say, server, right? From Fluent Bit, and Fluent Bit will not log in with an username and password most probably. So what you will be doing is you will provide an API key maybe for that server, right? That remote server, and from that remote server, when Fluent Bit is calling your app, your server monitoring app, it will pass that API key basically in the header, right? So let us go to the auth service and auth guard. So inside the auth guard, we are just defaulting to a we are just trying to find out the current user, right? And we are writing the current user in the request. Okay, but instead of doing that, so basically our job was from the request. First, we have to. So let me put a to do here, quick to do. Find the maybe bearer token in the request and pass the user. And second to do is in case of API key, use the API key to pass the current user. Okay. In both of the case, we will be adding the current user in the request body, right? That's good. Now you can just send the current user here. So how are you sending? First job ID, owner ID, and then logs. So job ID, owner ID, means current user dot ID, and then logs. Mm, basically the body. Okay, perfect. This is good. And yeah, now we can make a comment, I guess. So service we have added. In the service we have added a couple of tests as well, and those tests are passing properly. So log analysis service, log analysis service test, and spec, and log analysis controller. Okay, and in the log analysis module, we are what we're doing here. Log analysis controller, imports provider. So we are importing log analysis. Okay, yeah, we have added the log analysis service as well. So log analysis service and spec add, and controller update. That's perfect. And what guard, in what guard to do add for API key. And we have added the anomaly status. So anomaly entity status column add. Let's not pass any special character that might throw some error. Perfect. And now inside the log analysis job, we did a lot of change. Did we update the test yet? No, we did not. We have to work on the test. So we are exporting the module. That's fine. Yeah, let's add this part. So export log analysis job service. That's fine. Now we just have to right, we have changed this code. Let me run the test. All the tests are working properly. Now we did not add any test for this one. So log analysis jobs, log analysis job service. We have added this function, right? Add anomaly. So we need to write test for this. So what are you doing here? What we are doing is we are expecting that you will find a job and you will send the anomaly, basically title, description, and severity. Okay, this is one way of. Another way you can have it like you can just add the partial type of, right? So instead of doing this, you can have it like this: partial anomaly, and pick title, severity, and description. This will also work, right? So in this situation, so this is up to you. Like previous option was pretty good as well, but like in future, if you are changing the severity enum, that might give some error. In this way, it is just like you are just future proofing, right? So what we have to test here, key, can we find the existing can we find the anomaly from the existing repo, right? And if there is, like, if we find any anomaly with this status and with this status, then we are not doing anything unless we are creating an anomaly and saving. Okay, so let us write a quick test for that. And this time also we will take the help from our good little composer one. So write a test, unit test in for log analysis job service, only test the add anomaly method. What do you have to test? Just write test for if it's returning without doing anything, if anomaly, if existing anomaly with of open and in progress. If not, creating and saving an anomaly with appropriate fields. Don't write unnecessary tests for edge cases. Let's see. Okay, what it did, add anomaly, perfect. It has added and describe block, mock job as log anomaly job, log anomaly data, perfect. It should return without creating an anomaly, existing anomaly with status open exist. Okay. Existing anomaly, status open as anomaly. Find one mock result value. It's just reserving with the existing anomaly act. Find one to have been call times on. Perfect. Find one. Log analysis job ID mock job.id, perfect. And status expect. Basically, we are not testing that. Expect create to have been, not to have been called, not to have been called. Again, not to have been called. In case of should create and save anomaly appropriate when no existing anomaly found. Yeah, mock result will have one. Keep all. So yeah, all the tests are getting passed. So we are happy. Close the chat. Mm, controller removed. Log. This is controller unit test remove. Perfect. And finally, we just updated. Update log analysis job service. Add anomaly method spec update 2. So now we are in a situation where we can actually store the error log as an anomaly, right? So in the next step, we will be introducing events in our as we are discussing, right? So if you go here, so I have already mentioned, like in case of raising an anomaly, you should raise an event that anomaly detected, and in that situation, we will create a new ticket and we'll store the ticket information in that anomaly, right? So this will be our next step. All right, now let us start working on our event part, right? So let me open the browser and NestJS event. Okay, so under the hood, NestJS uses a package called Event Emitter 2. Maybe you are already familiar with this package. It's a pretty simple package, right? You just emit some events, right? And in another service, you can asynchronously or synchronously invoke those, or basically subscribe to the event and run some handler. And it will make sense. So let me just install the dependency first. So that is NestJS event emitter. Before that, let me run a test so that, yeah, everything is working properly. So pnpm now they are suggesting that on your main application module, you just have to bring this event emitter module dot for root. Guys, right now I'm just following whatever that is mentioned in the documentation, right? But I have to create this project as soon as possible. But if that is not the case, then I would basically abstract this functionality. Like I will create my own event emitter. Maybe inside that I would use the NestJS event emitter, but I would put a facade in front of that so that Like in future, if I do not want to go with NestJS event emitter or event emitter 2, I can just swap the implementation out, right? But for now, to keep things simple, let me just directly use the default event emitter that is coming with NestJS, right? So let me open the app module, and we just have to do event emitter dot for root. Perfect. And if you want, there are some configuration you can pass for the event emitter too. Like you have to pass those in this for root, right? So we have added this functionality, event emitting functionality. Now inside any service, how would you do the? How would you raise an event? What you do is like, let's say first you have to inject that event emitter, and you are bringing this class event emitter 2, right? And you just have to do event emitter emit, you give it a name, right? Whatever event you are emitting, right? And the payload that you want to publish, right? And this is how you are basically publishing an event. And you can subscribe to that event on multiple services with this thing, right? So you use this decorator on event, you pass the same name, right? So this is the identifier key of that event, right? And you just like in that handler, you will be receiving the payload, and you can do whatever you want with that payload, and it will make sense, right? So in our log analysis job service, right now, after creating the anomaly, right, we want to raise an event, right? Now whenever you are raising some sort of events, right, I want to raise that event, like whatever events we are using, right, that should be global events, right? Because multiple services will be using those events. So let me have a shared directory, right? Inside that, events. Perfect. So the first thing is I will be creating an interface or an abstract class called app event.ts. Let's have an abstract class. That's fine. So abstract class app event. And we're expecting you will pass a private property that is called payload maybe. Let's make it public. Payload, and that will be type like when you are creating the event, uh, we are just passing a generic. By default that will be any. All right, so we have created an abstract class. Now let me put different events, right? So we will be events for different domain. So let's say there's a domain called anomaly, right? Anomaly domain.ts. Let's put it like this: anomaly event.ts, right? So export class anomaly created event, and that will extend the main app event. I hope you are already familiar with what is an abstract class, right? Abstract class you cannot directly instantiate. You can only extend from the abstract class, right? So let's say you are having two different types of, or two or multiple types of classes, right? Those are pretty similar in nature. So the first option, what you can do is you can implement a common interface for those similar type of classes, or you can extend from an abstract class, right? And why would you choose an abstract class over interface? Because inside the abstract class you can have some common methods, common property, right, that you can reuse. So for the reusability purpose, we are using this constructor, right? So now I just have to pass the anomaly. Let me pass the anomaly created event payload, and when you are passing that, I'm expecting that you will just pass the anomaly, okay, and the job. Let me bring those from the respective libraries. Perfect. And yeah, this is good. Now, one more thing, you can see I'm not giving it any name or type, right? Why am I doing that? Basically, if I go to any JavaScript console, let's create a class. Classes are nothing but function. If you know it, right, inside JavaScript or TypeScript, like whenever you are having a class, you are just creating a syntactical sugar, right? So basically, it's a function that will return an object, right? So when you are instantiating that class, so there is no concept of class inside JavaScript or TypeScript. Under the hood, it's just a function, and function will always have a fixed property that is called name, right? So let me show you. Let's say I'm having a hello class, right? Now I can do it like this. So I don't know, you can see it or not. Console.log hello.name. You can see I'm getting this string called hello, right? So we will be using this functionality. So how to use that? So we have added all the event related stuff here, right? So after we are adding the anomaly, let me just do it like this. Okay, we have to first bring the event emitter, and right now it is asking me to bring this class event emitter 2, but let me just rename this, because this 2 is kind of a magic number for me. I do not like that, right? That's fine. Now you just have to do this dot event emitter dot emit anomaly created event dot name, right? So this is the type, and then you just pass that anomaly created event, right? Inside that you have to pass two things, that is the anomaly and the job. Anomaly, this is the anomaly, perfect. And existing anomaly, no, and job you are getting from here, perfect. So we are creating an event, and one more thing, just pay attention that I'm not editing this thing, right? So if you go to the documentation, if you want to know more about these things, you can just read the event emitter 2 documentation, right? So there's a thing called synchronous event and asynchronous event. If you are following, if you're having asynchronous event, then you don't, like, if you are throwing any error or anything, you won't be like that on break the actual flow. But if you are just having some synchronous event, and if you are throwing any error from the handler, right, then it will break the flow, right? So yeah, when you are creating an event, you do not have to avoid that. So you can see like this. Okay. So we are creating the event, like once we are adding the anomaly, right? And the payload, we are passing just the anomaly and the job. Perfect. So from this service perspective, log analysis job perspective, it is done. We got an anomaly, we have raised an event, and we have added the anomaly as well. Okay. Now in some other service, we want to basically consume that event, right? So if you go back to your architectural diagram, right, our plan was like, whenever someone is raising any anomaly detected event, we want to create a new ticket. So right now we're just creating a new ticket. We might do something else in future. There is, maybe we have another service that will send a notification to the product owner, most probably, right? So for that, let me add a new module, right? So next module called ticketing system, or just ticketing is fine. What did I do? Okay, ticketing. And let me add a service inside that. So service, and the module is ticketing. Perfect. So ticketing service. Now inside this ticketing service, we want to consume that event, right? How to do that? So you just do, let me copy the exact, yeah, on event, right? So handle anomaly created event, and event will be anomaly created event. Perfect. Anomaly event payload. Okay. And this will be on event. I can say it is getting proper name and all. For now, let us just console log those two events, right? So this is the payload. So anomaly and job. So I'm just console logging those two. Right now, I want to, for now, when we're creating any anomaly, let us test everything, like if everything is working properly or not. Okay, so to test that, I will be creating a new job, right? We'll be basically adding a remote server. We'll be pretending to add a remote server, and we will create a job out of that, and we will basically emit some erroneous log to this job, right? So let me run this server first. Let me split the window. Perfect. pnpm start dev. Hmm. Let us create a remote server first. /API. So we want to create this log analysis job, right? And like log source ID is optional, but you have to pass a remote server ID, right? So for that reason, let us create a remote server first. So try it out. Test server description, test server description, and you pass all the server configurations and everything, right now let's just make it mg. So we have created this remote server, we have the ID. Now I want to create a job. Okay, so let me try it out as well. So test job description, nothing, one time. Let me just pass scheduled or recurring. We will be changing that in a moment, because there is no such thing called on time, but for now it's fine, right? And log source ID, we are not passing anything, but for the remote server we are passing this ID, right? And ticketing system config, right now we're not passing anything, right? Execute, and yeah, we have created a job, and this is the job ID we're interested in, right? Now if I go back to my dummy log generator and the Docker Compose file, you can see we are sending the request with a like default or hard coded job ID, right? But we do not want that, because there is no job called job 123. So for that reason, let's have an environment file, right? And whenever you are having an environment file, just put that in the git ignore, right? And in the environment file, let me have a log analysis job ID. So basically, whenever you are in your server, you will be like, if that's a Docker-based server, then you will just put an environment file, or things like that, like so that the Fluent Bit at least knows like in which endpoint it has to send the things, right? Right now, we are just hard coding everything. So instead of hard coding this, let me do it like this. Log analysis job ID. Perfect. And by default, if you're using Docker Compose file, and on the same level, if you're having a .env file, it will like pick up those and parse those, and these variables will be available in your environment, right? So that's good. Now it will send the actual log, right? So let me go to this application. That is dummy log and Docker Compose dash.build is fine. Perfect. And we already know that we are running a filter here, right? So by default, it don't be sending any kind of um, error log. So we just have to call an endpoint. So let me bring my terminal here. So I'll just send a call request to call post request, basically to localhost 3001/start errors. Okay, what does the endpoint? I forgot the endpoint. Start error generation. We have to standardize these things. But for now, it's fine. Success. Now it should actually start publishing some error. I don't know what's happening there. I guess we have to start the generation first. So first you have to call this endpoint, most probably. Okay, no, it is generating some error. But it is throwing some, like it cannot send the thing properly. Why that's the case? So host docker internal 3000 yesterday before message. Job not found. Mm, yeah, it should send to 3000 because our server is running on 3000. But it is sending this message called job not found. Is it reading this properly? Let me create the log. Okay, we didn't copy the proper job ID. Basically, we copied the remote server ID. That's the issue. So now it should work, or it will throw another error. I don't know. Perfect. Let me. Okay, again some error. This time the error is. Okay, it has tried to generate the event. You can see like, but we are getting undefined. Maybe we are doing some serious problem somewhere. Stack trace. This is the error. Unable to. So ID. These are fine. These are the error that we are getting. Are we hooking everything up? Let me go to next tab. Log analysis, not log yeah, in the log analysis controller. Ingest log, perfect. And we are ingesting the logs. And what's the issue? Okay. Database connection failed. Then it should send this basically. So it was calling that event. That's good. Ingest log, but why that is ingesting the log twice? Because if you have already created the anomaly, then it should not call. Let me change the anomaly entity as ticket info null level to true severity. That's fine. Ticketing service on event. That's fine. Event emitter. Anomaly and job is coming as undefined. That's what is happening here. Anomaly created event dot name. That's fine. Anomaly event created payload. That's also fine. We have added the event, but the payload sending part is not working properly. So when anomaly created event dot name, perfect. New anomaly created event. Okay, so inside the event app event, this is public. The payload is public. Then what's the issue? Is it like this? Okay, I got the issue. So inside the ticketing service, we should not have the anomaly created payload here, right? So we are just sending anomaly created event, right? We will receive the event here directly. All right, and inside the event, there will be a payload property, right? And inside that we will be having all the things, right? Perfect. Now it should not fire it because we are already having an error inside the database, right? So one thing I can do is I can manually delete this db.sqlite. Perfect. Let me run my server. It should create on, and we will be going through this process again. So execute. That has created a new server, and we will be just passing the information here. Execute, and that has created a new event. Sorry, new job. And now inside the dummy log generator in the environment, let me just put it here. Okay. And now if I do the run again, let me start some error, and it has started generating the error. Most probably there's a 5-second delay. Yeah. And now it should, yeah, you can see. But every time it is creating some anomaly. Why is that? So payload, we are sending the ID, anomaly ID. It's fine. Again, we are creating another anomaly. Again, we are creating another anomaly. We should not do it. We should have a logic where we are just creating a single anomaly, right? If further error you are sending, we will be just ignoring those. So log analysis job service. If existing anomaly status, are we doing anything wrong here? If existing anomaly, so this existing anomaly, right? So this logic is basically not working. I'm extremely sorry, guys. There is a very silly error I was having, right? And after a lot of debugging, I kind of found that, and that is inside the log analysis service. When we're calling this add anomaly now, so this is returning a promise basically. So we have to avoid this promise, but we are not doing that currently, and that's why it is multiple time calling. Like when you are doing a database search, it is super fast, right? So you have to avoid that. Like let's say inside the logs array, if you're having 3 logs, right, sequentially it should run, like it should first process the first log, then second, then third, right? But I forgot the avoid keyword. Now I did some research as well, okay, so that our unit test can catch this kind of error, but AI didn't able to give me any like nice solution for that. So the one solution it has given key, there is a thing called TypeScript ESLint, no floating promises. So we can add this in our ESLint configuration basically, right? And that might prevent this kind of things. Otherwise, if you want to catch this kind of error with unit test, you have to write a lot of code, right? So I really do not want that. So I have copied that in the ESLint configuration. Let me pass this. Let me make it error. Okay. Let me restart the extension host. Let's see if it does find this or not. Okay, still it does not do anything. I don't know. It should have worked. No floating promises. Okay, I did some problem here. No floating promises is already there. It should give us warning. I don't know, but it's not giving us any warning. So okay, let's forget this. I should not forget to await my promise function call. Let's keep it like that. Okay. And I have added couple of console log, you can see, right, to check everything. So let me remove those line by line. So in the log analysis job service, I have added this line, this line. Yeah, rest of the things are kind of fine. So let me close all the editors. We will be doing a final test, right? So let me remove the database quickly. Stop the server. pnpm start dev. Perfect. Let me again create a new remote server, create a new job out of that, execute. I have the job ID. Let me copy this. Let me paste it here. Perfect. Now if I run this, I hope it works. So we should have only one single console log here, right? It will keep generating errors, but yeah. Now we can see we are only interested in the fast anomaly. Okay, so that was a silly mistake from my side, but yeah, we kind of fixed that. And this is not the first time I'm doing this kind of error, and this is very hard to debug. Trust me. Right, but AI had given me some hacky solution, like you have to defer the promise and whatnot. You can, like when you are testing 1 2 3, you can second one you can reject by default, right? And you can test the rejection, like if it is rejecting or not properly. Those kind of things you can, like in that fashion you can test this. But yeah, that was kind of a hacky solution. But I really don't know why ESLint config is not working. If you know this, let me know. Okay, let me quit out. And now we're in a situation where uh, we can basically emit an event, right? We have added a shared library for all the application events that we'll be having, right? And we have added a new module, ticketing module, to handle the ticketing related stuff. Right now, we're just console logging the event, right? So we are in a good shape, I guess. Let me run the test again. Let's see, like if we have broken anything or not. Most probably we did, because we have added some more dependencies, right? Yeah. So in this spec, we have added the event handler. Perfect. Now it should work. All right. Let me first add this dummy log generator. Reading from .env in docker compose in log generator. And rest of the things are kind of fine. Let me add everything. So event add, and what else did we perform? We have added ticket, ticketing module add, fix await. What else? Update spec, log analysis. The horrible commit message, but yeah, let's do it. Okay, I forgot this file, so let me amend that. By the way, amend is basically like if you do not know inside Git, right? If you create a commit and let's say you forget something, forget to add a line or something, forget to add a file, then you can amend that file. Basically, you are adding to the previous commit. So that is amending that commit, right? So that's kind of done. Our tests are passing properly. So now we have to decide, like in this ticketing system, how we will handle the ticket creation logic, right? That's good. All right. Now we can create a ticket, but right now we're just console logging all the payload that we're receiving, right? So in the ticketing service, you can see I'm just console logging the event, right? Now my target is let us actually build like the ticketing service provider, there is, let's say, um, you have to create the ticket somewhere, right? Maybe it is ServiceNow, maybe it is Jira. Okay, and we will be abstracting out the ticketing provider, right? So let's do that quickly, actually. Right. So let me create a folder inside my ticketing service called ticketing provider providers. Okay. And the first thing I will be doing is I will be creating an interface. So ticketing provider dot interface dot ts. So from our code, from this ticketing service, we will be depending on this ticketing service, ticketing provider interface, right? So, and behind this interface, whatever infrastructure you want to plug in, you can do that. Like you can bring your ServiceNow account, you can bring your Jira, or you can bring any other ticketing service provider, right? We do not care. So let's just have a ticketing service provider interface. You can have an abstract class as well, but um, interface is also fine. Ticketing provider. Okay, now inside this ticketing provider, we will be having the first functionality is create a ticket, right? And we do not know the ticket structure, so let's first mark it as any, and this will be like this. Perfect. And maybe get ticket ID string, and it should return a promise, and that promise should resolve into a ticket, right? Now throughout this ticketing service, we might need this ticket type, right? So for that reason, on the top level, let me create a tickets dot types dot ts, or ticketing dot types, that's also fine. Ticketing dot types dot ts. So let me export an interface is fine, I guess. Interface ticket. And inside the ticket, we want an ID. Ticket will be have a title. We'll be having a title. That's an string as well. It can have a description. It can have the status. So export enum ticket status. Status can be open, in progress, and closed. So in our business, our business logic, we only care about these three status. In future, if we need many, we can just add it here, right? And created at, updated at, that's standard field maybe. So we can have those, right? So this is the ticket. And whenever you are creating a ticket, I want another interface, maybe ticket create props, or ticket create. Only ticket create is fine, right? So when you are creating ticket, I only need the title, a description, right? And the severity. So ticketing, no, not severity. Do we need ticket severity as well, like incident severity, right? So let's have that too: low, medium, high, or critical, right? So when you are giving me the when you are creating a ticket, you have to pass title, description, severity, and we will handle the rest, right? So inside the ticket, let me remove this part, or extends ticket create. Perfect. So rest, we will be having ID, status we will auto generate, right? And created and updated, that's fine. Perfect. Now inside the ticketing provider interface, when you are creating a ticket, we want this create ticket. Perfect. And after the creation, we will just send a ticket. Perfect. And similar thing for here, and this can be null as well, right? And update ticket is also like whatever, maybe you will be passing some parameter to update a ticket. Let me do that now only. So export interface. So when you are updating the ticket, you can just pass the whole ticket, maybe. Okay, update ticket ID, that will be string, and the updated properties. So that will be first. Let me omit the ID, right? Ticket and ID, and let's make the whole thing partial. Or let me just pick some properties from the ticket entity, right? Ticket. So you can update the title, update the description, and severity you cannot update, obviously, and status you can update, maybe. Right. So we have created our ticketing provider. Now we will be just implementing, like, whatever provider I will be adding, right? We will be just implementing this interface. So let me quickly create a new provider called ServiceNow ticketing provider.ts. Export class ServiceNow ticketing provider, which is implementing this. And for now, instead of creating all the methods, let me just create the methods like this. Like, it will not give me any type error because we are just throwing method not implemented, right? So ServiceNow ticketing is done. Now inside our service, ticketing service, what I can do is, if you remember correctly, right, in the job, like when you are creating the job, you have to pass the ticketing provider details as well. So if I go back to our Swagger documentation, so this is it. This is that part. So ticketing system config. So ticketing system config is basically the provider configuration, like ServiceNow URL, user ID, password, those kind of things, right? So based on that, we will decide like which ticketing provider we have to call, right? So to facilitate that, we have to introduce a new pattern that is called factory pattern, right? So we will be like, when the application is running, we will be dynamically creating the ticketing provider. So let me do that, and it will make sense. And I'm not inventing anything new. I'm just following whatever design principle like you have to follow when you are developing this sort of systems. So ticketing providers dot factory dot ts. So export class ticketing provider factory, and right, let's have a create method. And I want to mark this class injectable, so this is fine. And I'm expecting some configuration, and that will be string, like record of string any. Perfect. What I'm doing, string any, and let's have the type from here. Let me have the switch statement, that's fine. Provider, or config the type, or provider type is fine. Provider type. Perfect. And in case of service now, okay, and let me like service, if you just put service now like this is a magical string. So I can bring this, the service now ticketing provider dot name, right? So we will be just giving the like, first we will be initializing the service now provider, right now we are just passing the configuration. Let me have the configuration here, right? And you can pass like all the validations and everything here. Like you can, let me put it to do here, validate config, that's fine. uh, then you are just returning the service provider, and whatever new service provider will be supporting, we'll be putting that, we'll keep putting that here, right? And if you are not providing any provider name, provider type that is not supported, then we will be just throwing an error called unsupported provider type. Mm, yeah, this is fine. You don't have to send any specific type of error. Unsupported, like a generic error is fine. Right, so we are done with the ticketing provider factory. Now let me add that as a dependency in my providers. Perfect. Now inside our ticketing service, I can bring that. So constructor ticketing provider factory. And once you are having the event, let me just pass the ticket event from here, or configuration. So provider config is equal to event dot payload dot job dot ticketing system config. Right. If no provider config, uh, then we're not creating the ticket basically, right? So I can just return here. Perfect. But if we have the provider config, then we have the get the provider by calling this ticketing provider factory, right? And let me return provider dot create ticket. And when you are creating the ticket, you can just pass like this. So anomaly is equal to event.payload.anomaly. Perfect. Yeah, severity. You have to create some sort of map for the severity, but you can do it like this as well. Like anomaly dot severity. Okay, ticket severity map. Let me have a simple function here. Map. Perfect. So we are nicely creating a ticket. Why this is giving me an error? Function lacks ending return statement. So by default, let me just have a default, and that is low. Okay. So this is the logic now. From the job, we are trying to get the provider, like provider configuration. If there is no configuration, if we did not configure the provider, right, we are just returning. And in case of we are having a provider, we are getting the provider from the factory, appropriate provider, and we are calling that provider to create the ticket. Right. And in our file, you can see we are not relying upon any concrete implementation of that provider. Right. So this is a good design practice. Now, inside the service, now ticketing provider, before throwing the error, or instead of throwing error, you can just um, return a promise.resolve, and yeah, like this. ID, random ID. Perfect. Get ticket, update ticket, we have to implement. We can take the help of AI for that. Right. And now we are in a situation where we can test everything. Okay, first let us do a manual test, then I will be writing some unit test for this as well. Okay, we were having some issue with the test. Nest can resolve the ticketing service. Please make sure. Okay, I did not remove this yet. So yeah, now it should pass. By the way, guys, these are all again very repetitive codes, right? That I'm writing. Okay. let us run the server. So pnpm start dev. Perfect. And let me go to our log generator. What's the app name? Dummy log generator. And let me do docker compose up test as built. So in case of we are like creating a ticket, am I console logging that thing? No. So let's do it like this. So constant ticket is equal to, let me do it like this, ticket promised or ticket create is not assignable to promised. What's the problem here? Duplicate identifier. Okay, tag. Let me mark it props. Let me just have a console log creating ticket and the ticket details. Right. Oh god, Docker is taking too much time to get boot up. No problem. All right, Docker got started. Let me start injecting some error. So start an error generation. Yeah, it is generating some error, and now we should have a console log here, but we are not having anything. I don't know. Okay, I don't know what am I doing wrong. Okay, this is the problem. In the dummy log generator, right? We are already having, like, for that particular remote server, we are already having an anomaly from the previous test. So that's why it's not triggering anything. So let me fix that quickly. So let me create another job or another remote server. Before that, let me delete this db.sqlite. We don't need that. I have to automate this. I have to run some integration test for that. So remote server, execute. I have the remote server. Perfect. Then in the log analysis job, let me pass the remote server ID and hit execute again. So this is the new job ID. And in this job, we are not having any anomaly. Okay, perfect. Now inside the dummy log generator, let me quit it out. And in the environment, let me put the new ID. Is it same? No. Perfect. Let me run the server again. Okay, it will start generating error. Perfect. Yeah, we are having some errors. Unsupported provider type undefined. Why is that? You already know, because we didn't configure any ticketing provider, right? So let me delete the database again. Or you could just update that, no problem. But why it is throwing an error? It should not throw an error. It should silently fail that. Maybe we are not checking it properly. In ServiceNow ticket, we are, sorry, in the, where's the factory? We are checking provider type. So we need to have it like this. So ticketing module, ticketing service, and we can just change this provider type. or we can have it like this as well. If no provider type, then return, or now it should work. But first, let me just restart the server. Yeah. And in this case, when we are creating the job, right, first let me create the remote server. This is the new remote server ID. And when we are creating the analysis job, we'll be passing the ID as well as the ticketing system configuration. So we are expecting provider type, right? And provider type is what's the function name? Sorry, method name. By the way, guys, in this type of situation, there is a thing called a registry pattern, right? You can use that as well to basically register all the ticketing provider you are currently having, or you can have a separate endpoint to know all this configuration, like for which provider, which type of configuration you need, right? That can be the next step. So provider type ServiceNow ticketing provider, that's fine. And now hit execute, and we are having the provider, that's fine. Let me copy the ID again in our environment. Perfect. Server is running. Let me just run our ticketing server, yeah, log generation server. In just an error. Yeah, error is getting ingested. And now creating ticket, random ID, database connection failed. All right, now we are successfully creating a ticket. Now, if you want, you can actually obtain the ServiceNow API key and or Jira API key and create this ticket. This won't be a very tough task for you, I guess. Like if you are sticking to till this point, you know how to create, how to call a REST API endpoint and pass some body. Anyway, in the description, we are not having anything. Status open, severity high, created at data, that's fine. Title, database connection failed. Now our goal is we will be having a ticket resolver module, right? And that module is basically listening for any ticket creation, right? So whenever any ticket has been created, generated, right, we will be picking up the ticket and we will try to resolve that, or to resolve that basically, right? So let us start working on that part. And before going into that part, I didn't write any unit test for whatever code I've been writing so far. So first thing, we have to write the unit tests. All right, let us now quickly write all the tests, absolute necessary test for this ticket service. Right. Now I really don't want to write all the tests manually. So let us ask AI if it can help us, right? Composer one model is fine. So write the absolute necessary unit tests for ticketing service in, let's see. All right. It is done with the test. So let's go through one by one, if we can actually take it or not. So service, yeah, that's perfect. Ticketing service provider factory. First it is like mentioning the variable and the type, right? Then they are like inside the mock provider, they are creating a mock implementation of that. Ticketing provider factory, again, they are creating a mock implementation. And in the value, they are just passing that service, that's fine. Okay, describe. Okay, perfect. It should map low severity. First, it is testing the mapping thing. Okay, let's see. So it should map low severity correctly. Results service dot. Okay, is this a public method? I do not want this to be a public method. Sorry, guys. There's some internal things, right? We should not unit test these things. So let me keep everything, and we will do a lot of censoring in this. So should map to medium. We do not need this mapping functionality. Handle anomaly create event. Okay, should return early when provider is missing. So this is the event in the job. Okay, perfect. In the result service, I'm calling it with the event, right? And result to be undefined. Expect not to have been called. Yeah, this is fine. Should return only when provider is missing, provider type is missing, right? Test description, job result. Okay, not to have been called because we are not passing any provider type, right? Should create ticket when provider config is valid. So mock ticket, perfect. Provider create ticket mock result value. Um, and basically, when you are calling this factory, by default, it is sending mock provider. This should be a return value, and this should be result value, because when we are creating the ticket, it should be an async operation. Perfect. Service now ticket provider. I am passing the name correctly. Result to have been called with. Okay. Um, that's fine. Should map severity correctly when creating ticket. And now it is just testing, like if you are sending anomaly type is medium, then ticket is medium also. The severity. Yeah, it looks good to me. Let me do a quick test. So pnpm run test, or only pnpm test will work. Everything is perfect. So I'm not writing any test for the factory, because right now it's just returning the provider and throwing an error. But we should actually test this as well. But right now, let's not write anything. Okay, so we are done with the ticketing service. Let me add or update ticketing service. Ticketing service and add unit tests. Perfect. All right. So couple of things we have to update, right? The first thing is, if you go to our shared events, so in the anomaly event, what we are doing is we are currently depending upon this anomaly entity and the job entity, right? This is not a very good practice. So inside this global event, global app event, you should not tie your global app event to any sort of entity directly, basically, right? So and there are basically two problem with that. The first problem is, like, this event, wherever you are using this event, you are depending upon the exact structure of that particular entity, right? So this is not good. You are not decoupling your system. So this is the first problem, first issue you're having. And the second issue is, when you are creating the anomaly, at that time you are taking just a snapshot of those two entities, anomaly and job entity, right? And you are just passing those in the event. Now when some other service is processing that event at that particular time, it is possible that job analysis has been updated or anomaly has been updated from other service, right? So for that reason, you might get some stale data. So that data is kind of the snapshot data from that time when the anomaly has been created, right? So this is the main two problem. So you should not send this kind of concrete entity with the event, right? And there are another problem, like if you're using a distributed architecture, if you are sending this event through network or NATS connection, then it's kind of bulky, right? So you should not send it like this. So instead of sending the entire entity, what we'll be doing is, let me just cut it. And the first thing is owner ID, string, right? Job ID and anomaly ID. And you can see all those ugly import statements from the top is gone, right? So now from our um, job, log analysis job, where we are creating this event, right? Let me just pass the these three things, right? Let me run the test. So pnpm test. Are we testing the exact signature? Because test should get failed. Should create and save. Okay, we didn't write any test for the event creation. That's bad. So let me open a new chat. Right, let me fix that. So write the absolute necessary event raise test for log analysis job service. All right, it has created the test. Let us see what it has created. So it is arranging everything. That's fine. Then it is calling the add anomaly, and it is just checking like if it has been called with one time, and then it is checking like uh, the actual name you are passing for the first parameter, and second parameter, any instance of anomaly created event is fine. And then it is actually checking like what's the exact structure you are passing, right? So all the things, owner id, job id. So let me give it a save, and let us open the test, and it's working. If I change anything from here, it should break. Yeah, perfect. So now we are generating the proper event, right? Now it should break our ticketing service. Yeah, it has been broken. Perfect. Now to fix that, see, right now what we are doing is we are directly accessing this ticketing system config from the job, but we do not know the exact job structure, right? So whenever you are changing anything related to job or anything related to any other service, you should not directly do that. You should not directly like access the entity, change the entity. You always should call the respective service, right? So for this situation, whenever you are working with the job thing, right, job entity or anything related to the job, you should call the job service. Similar for anomaly. Right now we are not having any like dedicated service for anomaly. We are handling the anomaly from the log analysis job service as well. So yeah, for both of these two cases we have to call the job service. Okay, so let me quickly do that. Right now from the job module, log analysis job module, we are exporting this log analysis job service. So you just have to do is you have to import that in this module, right? So imports log analysis job module. Perfect. Now I can bring the log analysis job service. Okay. Now let me delete this code, and let me first destructure all the event.payload, and I will be finding anomaly ID, job ID, as well as a owner ID. Right. So let's first find out the ticketing like provider configuration from the job. So provider config is equal to avet this dot log analysis job service. Now inside the job service, we are directly not exposing this provider config. So let me have a small method for that. So async get ticket system configuration. I'm just expecting this job ID. You can see I'm not passing the owner ID here because we are not exposing this method to the controller, right? From the outside world, you are not accessing this method. This method will only get accessed by your internal system. So no authentication is required. Right. So for that reason, I'm not passing any owner ID. So let me just have the job here. This dot repo dot find on, and let me just pass the where clause here, where job id, and we just want to have the ticketing system configuration, right? So in type orm there is some type issue, right? If you are using prisma, then if you just return this, that will do the job, like you will get all the type safety, right? But for type orm it's kinda it does not work, right? So let me just have it like this. So it will be just giving you a job object, and inside that you will be having ticketing system config, though you are passing this select thing, right? So in the type ORM context, with this select part, what we are saying is, give me the job object, but the only property I'm interested is this ticketing system config, right? And find on might return some null value as well. So we are just optional chaining. So dot ticketing system config. Okay, perfect. Now here, as we are awaiting this, let me have the async here. Dot get ticketing system config, and let me pass the job ID. Now if I do not have the provider config, and as well as inside that, if you do not have the type, okay, provider type, then we are not doing anything, because for that job the user did not configure anything, right? So let me have a comment here. If provider config and type is not set, return only. Perfect. Okay, we are actually having this logic here. And in the provider config, you should yeah, when you are getting the provider from the factory, we are switching over this provider type, but let's just call it type. That's fine. Nice. Right. And again, if you do not have any provider, so see, when you are creating the job, right, your application only creating this provider config as well. And in the creation phase, you are passing any sort of unknown type, then it's your fault, your application fault. And for that reason, here we are throwing an error, right? We are not just silently returning or console logging. This is an error. Okay, your application has set a type that is not supported, so that's an error. So that's why in the default case we are just throwing an error. But if you want, you can silently fail this type as well. Key, if you do not find the type, you just return null maybe, right? And then here you can check, like, if there is no provider, then you can just return silently, but I am throwing an error. All right, I need the anomaly as well. Now, for anomaly, in an ideal situation, you should have an anomaly service. But as we are, to keep things simple, we are handling anomaly from our job service. So let me go back to our job service, and let me have a method called get anomaly. Perfect. And same thing. Okay, where this ID is equal to anomaly ID. Perfect. Now, yeah, now you have the anomaly, you have the provider, and you just, okay, let me have another check. If no anomaly, or anomaly dot status, or instead of, like, right now, we are again like accessing the anomaly status right here. So you can have another method like get open anomaly, maybe opened anomaly. Okay, that is also a possibility. But yeah, this is also fine, because here we are mapping over, like, we are depending on the anomaly status or severity. That's so that this is fine. Okay, so if the anomaly status is not open, then also we are just silently returning. Perfect. But if this is not the case, then we are creating a ticket, right? So we have updated everything here, and now our test should get failed. Yeah, so again we will be asking our AI to fix the test. So let me open it, have a new window, fix the tests for following ticketing service. All right. Okay, the test rewriting is kind of done. Let us see what it has created. So it is first bringing this log analysis job service, because we're depending upon that. It is changing the event structure. Now we are just sending the IDs, right? So all the tests are getting replaced. Let me keep all, and let me just go through in a quick glance. Handle anomaly created event, should return only when provider config is missing. Okay. So if this is undefined or null, it should not get called with. So yeah, tests are getting passed. Perfect. Should return only when provider type is missing. So provider type, yeah, if that is missing also, it should not get called. Perfect. Should return only when anomaly does not exist. So mock result value is okay. Perfect. Nice. And should return only when anomaly status is open. Okay, perfect. Log analysis type, anomaly status is closed. Then also should create the ticket when provider config is valid. So this is the ticket payload. Perfect. Open anomaly status high result. Perfect. High. Okay. Should severity correct when creating ticket. And severity, this is just checking the like that map is working properly or not. Medium. Open. Medium. Yeah. Perfect. So we have successfully created our event, like global event proper, right? All right. So let me do a quick comment. So event structure, add and test update. Perfect. All right, guys. Now I really want to do some cleanup, right? Because we have to write some end-to-end testing. Right now the situation is getting complicated, right? And unit tests are good to test some of the functionalities, but I want to, like, so far what we are doing is we are going into the Swagger endpoint, right? And manually we're creating everything, and then we are testing like if things are working or not properly. But I have to write couple of very important tests, a very important end-to-end test to basically like check all the features. Right now we are emitting events somewhere, we are consuming those events, we are writing multiple entities into the database, we are reading those entities, we are updating those entities, many things that are happening, right? So I want to see, like, from the get go, like from getting the logs and till the ticket creation event, till this point we are having everything properly or not, right? So my plan is to write some end-to-end test for that. Before going into the end-to-end test part, I want to point out something I just found out, right? So when we were having this log analysis job, right, in the entities, log analysis job entity, I can see I have created this one-to-one, and like these two relationship I have marked one-to-one, right? But this is not one-to-one relationship, by the way, because one remote server can be included in multiple job, right? You can have multiple job for a single remote server. And similar thing, like you can have multiple log sources like Javix, Prometheus, and you can have multiple job based on those log sources, right? So this will be a many to one relationship. Okay, so many job can have on remote server, and null level is true, and join column is kind of redundant. If you are having many to on column or on to many column, then join column decorator is not needed unless you want to change the primary or the um, foreign key name. Okay, so this is good. Just a quick fix, so let me do a commit. uh, Fixed log analysis job entity, if I can, yeah, entity relation. Perfect. Now let us focus on the end-to-end test. So for the end-to-end test, I have to do some cleanup first. So let's start from the main file. So in the main file, whatever we're doing right now, it's fine. Okay. Then in the app module, you can see we are doing some database related stuff here, right? But I want to have a separate database module for that. So let's do that. As you know, to create a module, you just type nest generate mo for module, and let's call it database. Perfect. It has created a database module, right? And now inside this database module, I want to import this. Imports. Let me paste it here. Perfect. Let me give it a save. And in the app module, instead of bringing the enter type ORM stuff, we just bring the database module. Okay, we are having this event emitter, but for event emitter also you should create a separate module. But for now, let's just keep that. I'm organizing this database module called, right now we are having this SQLite, right? But I will be writing some end-to-end test, and for those end-to-end test, I want to run a in-memory SQLite server, right? So for that reason, I'm just separating this module. Okay, and as we are putting the things inside the root, so you don't have to export anything, right? It will be globally available. Basically we are importing this database module in the global module. So yeah, type ORM for root, this will make this database module globally available. Okay, perfect. Now in the similar fashion, what I want to do is I want to create a database test module, right? So let me show you. Database test module.ts. So better SQLite 3 in memories, you have to do it like this, I guess. Um, let's check. These type of things, you can take help from the AI, by the way. But as I want to show the concept, so for that reason, I'm just writing by hand. Where can I find the documentation? Okay, is it giving me some auto completion as well? No. So database. Let me ask AI here. End-to-end test. So I'm just giving a prompt, write a module for memory, SQLite for end-to-end test. Yeah, you have to put it like this. I keep forgetting this part. Okay. No, I don't need the comment. Perfect. So we are happy with the database module and database test module. Now let us find out our test. So in the top level, you can see there's a tests folder, right? And right now I'm just having a global test that is basically going into the home route, and it is expecting that you should return a hello world, right? And they are using a special library called request. So if you're coming from an express.js background, then you might be familiar with the super test library, right? This is a nice little library to test the end-to-end thing. So whenever you are having an express application, and under the hood, when you are calling this, right, module fixer that creates nest application, let me show you the main file. It will make sense. So in the main file also, you can see we are creating this nest factory create, and we are passing this app module, right? And this app is exactly similar to the application that is uh, like this is almost a wrapper or almost similar to the express application. And under the hood, it is actually using the express application, right? So our target is in our end-to-end application, end-to-end test. What we want to do is we want to have our application, and we want to get the HTTP server for that application. And with this super test library, and we are bringing it like this, right? We want to send different requests to different path, and we will be writing different tests for that. Okay. So this is our end-to-end test setup plan, and it will make sense, I promise. Anyway, but the configuration right now I'm having is for jest. That is not good because we are using vtest. So let me copy the vtest file, right, configuration file, and let me just put it like this. So vtest end-to-end config.ts. Perfect. And for this, we don't need any coverage, and we just want to include all the tests that has this naming pattern, right? So it ends with end-to-end spec.test. Perfect. And right now we are expecting that you have to put all the end-to-end test in this tests folder. Perfect. Rest of the things are kinda good. Okay. And let me change the tsconfig script as well. Not tsconfig, the package.json script. Where is the package? Yeah, here. So yeah, you just put vtest here, coverage, rest of the things are fine. Okay. And we don't need this. Perfect. Now let us, we do not have any root route. Let me just remove that, and should be defined. Yeah, let's see. So pnpm test end to end. Okay, there's some issue. Cannot find package source log source module. Okay, so I didn't change these things. Perfect. Okay, there are many places where I did not change these things. That's why we need. Okay, let me copy and do a global search and replace. And we want to replace this by this. Not vtest. Yeah, we are only having this controller, so let's not do a global search. It will replace something else, so this is fine. Yeah, now it's working. Perfect. But still, what we are doing is we are using this file-based database, right? But we do not want that. So let me go to my end-to-end test, and I'll be doing some nest related stuff right here. The first thing is I have already discussed here key when you are importing the module and when you are creating a text fixture, right? So before compiling, what you can do is you can overwrite different things, right? So let me do it like this. So overwrite module, and what we are saying is there's a module called database module, right? And we want to overwrite with new database test module. Perfect. And then just compile. Okay. Now what it will do is it will just use the in-memory database. All right. Perfect. And we are having a before is, and let's have a after is as well. For the after is, we will be just closing the application because the super test will keep running that application in the background, right? And also we want to like reset the database connection, reset the database. Let's see if it is giving me any. I really don't want to write the code for that. So let me just ask AI. So in the after is blog. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I guess we are good. So how we're doing it, we are having a data source variable, right? We are querying this data source variable. Like source variable is basically we are getting the entire database, right? Type ORM database. And then we are just calling drop database, and then we are synchronize again. Okay, so we are happy with the this part. And in our test, our plan is like, see, we are setting these mock functions and all everything, right? So in the similar manner, you can have a weighted end-to-end setup file as well, right? And in that, after each test, you can just drop the database, right? Or the second option is you can have a utility test for file, right? And after each test, you can just bring that function and drop the database like that. Okay, both options are kind of fine. So for me, let me just have a utility file, right? So utils, let me have a utils folder, or let me just have a file called testutil.ts. What? What did I do? Wow, I have literally renamed this file to a, okay, interesting. This is app dot end to end spec dot ts. Let me give it a save. Yeah, it's working properly. Perfect. It should be defined as nice. Let me have a test for the authentication. So auth dot a2a dot not spec dot ts. Perfect. So let me copy everything from here. So for the authentication on, my target is right now in the auth controller, we're not having anything, right? But let me just have a simple get route maybe. And that get route is me route. Okay, and my target is whatever current user you are setting, I will be just sending the current user back, right? So let me test that. Async, perfect. And request I'm getting from import request from super test /auth/me. So this is the signature that you have to follow, right? You get the HTTP server from the application, right? And you send any, like you can call any method post get put, okay? And you mention the path here, and then you can change the thing as well, or you can return it from here. So return, and you remove this async from here. Okay, let me copy this, and you can just change the expect here. Okay, I'm expecting it should return a 200. Okay, let me do it like this. Why this is getting into the same line? But yeah, let me run it. You can see the tester getting passed, right? So if I go to the auth guard, you can see we are passing this current user, right? So if I change anything now, the test should get failed. Okay, clear? So now we are not testing the internal behavior. We are testing the entire flow. Okay, so we will be writing couple of tests for our ticket creation, for our log ingestion, right? The major business things. We will be testing those from the outside, and we will be just sending some request to the appropriate endpoint, and we will be expecting like if it is sending us the correct, if it is sending us the correct status code, sending us the correct body, or it is performing like raising the event properly, performing the ticket creation properly. Those kind of things we will be checking, right? And right now, we are not depending upon this SQLite's database. We are spinning up a in-memory database. Okay. So yeah, end-to-end setup environment is kind of done. Let me do a quick commit, and yeah. So I did a lot of things actually. We have fixed some routes as well. So let me do it one by one. So first thing, database test module add database module and database test module add. Okay, perfect. Authentication controller slash auth slash me route add. Perfect. Log analysis log source. For these things, we just updated the route, I guess, for remote server as well. So fixed absolute import. Perfect. And in the app module, we just brought this database thing, right? So update app module, and we have added couple of tests, and end-to-end test, A2A test, and okay, configured and add. Yeah, we're good to go. All right, so now I will be writing an end-to-end test for the entire ticket creation process, right? Now, though inside end-to-end test, you should not do any sort of mocking, but as right now in this situation, we don't have any service name instance, right, to check like if it is creating the ticket properly or not. So only that part I will mock, and rest of the things I will control from the outside, right? So in the similar manner, like how we are doing here, so you can see we are using this library called supertest to uh, send a request to the application, right? We will be doing the same thing here as well. So let me create a new file called ticket creation dot a2v spec.ts, and let's ask the AI to write an end-to-end test. Let's see what it gives us. So write an end-to-end test for the ticket creation. um One problem here, like to create the ticket we have to create multiple entities, right? Remote server and many other things. So what I'm thinking, let's not ask the AI yet. Let's wait for a couple of minutes. Let me at least make the boilerplate, right? Then we can ask the AI to fill in everything, right? So it will make sense. Let me copy everything from the auth. Perfect. Now let's call it ticket creation end to end. We need the application data source module fixer. That's fine. Database module we are mocking again. And right now here, we are just checking should return the current user or not. And we want to check should create a ticket. Should create a ticket. Or let me have a new describe block here first. So describe ticket creation. We don't need this part for now. So there are a couple of steps that we have to follow, right? If I run my application and let us open the Swagger docs, right? So in the Swagger, if you remember correctly, previously how we are testing, how we are first creating a remote server, and log source is kind of optional. If you want, you can create on, right? Then we are creating a job, analysis job, right? Then we are testing like for this job, if there is some logs that is coming from the remote server, if it is able to, if it's able to create the anomaly based on that logs or not, right? So this is the entire process we are following. So the same thing I want to have here. So should create a ticket. If you want, you can test the edge cases as well, like should not create a ticket in case of there is no log, error log maybe, right? Or in case of there is already an anomaly open in open condition, then also you should not create a ticket, right? Those kind of things you can check from here. But um, actually I should test some edge cases first. But yeah, let's start with the happy path. That's good. Should create a ticket. So create a remote server, create a job, send error logs to the job, and finally verify the ticket was created. Perfect. So let's go one by one. So constant remote server is equal to await, and let me bring that request from super test. Perfect. Now I want to request an app dot get http server dot, I have to send a post request, right? And yeah, let me have the create server DTO as well. So server name test remote server, perfect. And we are just passing some configuration, URL configuration. That's okay too. If you want, you can pass an optional description as well. So I have to make a post request to the remote servers. This is the route, right? So yeah, slash remote servers, and I will be sending a create remote server DTO, right? And we are expecting that it will send a 200. Let me mark it as well. And this will be remote server response. Okay, let's first console log this, and let me show you what it is giving us. If I can put it in multiple line. Why are you taking a... I'm just doing a little bit formatting because my formatter is kind of not handling this. Okay. Um, I really don't know why the format is not working. Configure default formatter. What was happening there? Hmm. Let me console log the response. Let's see what we are having here. So pnpm test end to end. Yeah, you can see we are getting some response. Okay, let me console log the body here. So yeah, we are getting the remote server perfectly. Now, once we are happy with the remote server, we want to create a job. So let's create a job, constant and we want to have a job of recurring job. We are not having any sort of one-time job for now. Description and remote server ID. Yeah, this is good. You can expect it like this, or you can just throw an error from here as well. That's also fine. So job is also created. No, we have to make the request. Dot and we are expecting a 201 here as well. Perfect. Yeah, let me do a console log body here. So we can create a job now, right? Now we will pretend that we are sending some logs from the upstream, right? So constant error logs. So message test error logs and level is equal to error. That's fine. And now let me try to ingest. So request app.get HTTP server and log analysis dot ingest. This was the route, right? Log analysis dot slash ingest, and then I'm just passing the job ID. And we are sending the error logs and expecting a 200. Will it send 200 or actually it should send 200, not 201, because sometimes the case will be it will not create anything, right? So in the log analysis ingest log, let me have it like this. Where's the controller? Ingest log. I forgot the syntax. Nest 201 response. This is just to have the response, like total response body in the parameter. But we do not want that. We want to say, yeah, HTTP code should be. So now it should work. Perfect. So in case the log ingestion is running properly, in that situation, you just have to send a 200 to the remote server. Basically the Fluent Bit output engine, right? So till this point, it's good. Everything is running properly. Now we just have to check like if it is creating the ticket properly or not. Okay. So let's mock that module. So let ticket provider factory is equal to, why this is giving me some error? Yeah, no, it's the function name mock. Okay. Ticket provider is equal to ticket provider factory and ticket provider. We are done with that. Let me pass it in the type as well. Perfect. Now, when we are overriding these modules, right? So right now we are just overriding the database module. I want to override another module. So override. So before overriding, let me do it like this. So ticketing provider factory dot create, and it should mock return value should be ticketing provider as any. It's fine. Right now, let me just override. So whenever we are expecting any ticketing provider factory somewhere in our code, just provide the ticketing provider factory. That's it. We can make it constant, I guess. This two can be constants because we are not reassigning anything. Right now, we can expect ticket provider dot create ticket to have been called times one. Let's see if that's the case. No. Something is wrong. So the ticket creation process to have been called times, this is not getting called. Okay, so let me do a console log here. So now it will be very easy to debug actually. So let me go to the ticketing service and where we are listening for that event, right? Let me do a console log here. Okay, event fired. Yeah, event fire, this is getting called. That's fine. Now, anomaly status open. Are we deleting the database or it is running on the stale data? No, basically anomaly created event is getting called, so it is not running on the stale data. That much we know. And we are checking here. Okay, this function is getting called or not. So let me do another console log. So somewhere here we are having some issue. So are we returning from here? Let me console log the anomaly. Okay, anomaly also we are not. Okay, I know the error. I know the error. Sorry, my bad. Because we are checking like when you are creating the job, right? You should have a provider configuration configured, but we are not doing that. So let me quickly do that. So we will be going with this ServiceNow provider. All right. I do not want to make any changes here. So here, when we are creating the job, we want to pass the type like this. Okay. Now it should get, yeah, it is getting called. And also expect ticketing provider dot create ticket to have been called with title description should be any string, I guess. Expect any string, that's fine. And yeah, ticketing severity should be high because we are sending an error. Okay, description is null. Why is that? Are we not sending any description while creating the ticket? Okay, we are pulling the description from the, yeah, ticket description. So let's not test this, or I can send a description in the ticket. Uh, Now it should work. No, still nothing. The description should be coming from the anomaly description, basically. So my plan is, let me open the anomaly part where we are creating the anomaly. So that is under log analysis job service. So this is anomaly report save. Okay, now in the description, we're just expecting the description. Yeah, here we are expecting the description. So where we are calling the anomaly, we are calling the add anomaly here. Right, now let us pass a description like this. So what I want to do is, let me just do a JSON.stringify and the log. So in the description, I will be putting everything. Right, let me close out, and now it should work. And we don't have to send a description in the log as well. Yeah, that's fine. So I guess now if there is no anomaly already present for the remote server, then we are creating the ticket. Anyway, I guess we are good to go. So this is the happy path we are testing. We should write couple of tests to test the, like, if there is already an existing anomaly or open ticket, then it should just escape the things, right? So we have to test that as well. So we might take some help from the AI for that. But yeah, right now whatever we are testing, it's good. Let us do a quick commit. So what are we changing here? So what are the things have we changed? We have changed the, what is this? This is just formatting changes. Okay, we don't want that. And in the log analysis service, we are actually sending this HTTP code, right? This is good. And here we are sending the description. So in the log analysis service, let me first add a commit for this. Sending 200 in log ingestion. And I don't know the spelling, obviously. And in the log analysis service, we are sending everything in the description. So anomaly created with entire log in the description. Perfect. And finally, this is again just formatting changes. We don't want that. And finally, we are just adding the test. So happy path test for end-to-end test for ticket creation. All the tests are running properly as well.